Chapter 1. Garrett. His eyes were open. He could swear they were, but nothing made sense. It was too dark, for one thing. They say black is the absence of color, and that's what this room was. Absent of color, of light, of everything. This certainly wasn't his room. In his bedroom, there was a large window. One he'd had to cover with dark curtains because it not only faced east, and the sun would wake him up too early, but also due to his crazy work hours. Most days he worked a day shift, 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, but occasionally he had to cover the night shift. That meant recouping sleep during the day, which required a room that could be darkened to keep out the invading light. Still, even with the dark curtains, his room was never this dark, which meant either there was no window in this room, or if there was one, it was blacked out or walled up. Neither of those options elicited a warm, fuzzy feeling. It was also cold in here. Too cold. The kind of cold that chilled all the way to his bones. He liked it cold at night so he could burrow under his downy comforter, but his kind of cold was 68, 65 at the lowest, and this place felt much cooler than that. He had no doubt that if there were light, he would see his breath billow out from his mouth in tiny white wisps, like it did on crisp winter mornings. But there was no light, and he could not see. His hands patted the space around him, searching for his comforter, but there was nothing. The area around him was hard and cold, and definitely not his bed. His bed was a pillow-top mattress. It was soft and comfortable, the kind you could sink into. He'd tested out every mattress in the store until he'd found the right one, a cushiony one that enveloped his body when he laid on it. It was the only kind he could sleep on anymore. Years of playing sports when he was younger had thrown his back out of shape, and now he couldn't sleep on hard things. Floors, mattresses, cots. Yet this was hard and solid. Concrete? But why would he be on concrete? There was probably concrete under the carpet at home, but the only bare floor was in the kitchen, which was covered in hardwood, and the bathroom, which sported a linoleum floor. He supposed the garage had cement, but why would he be in the garage? He sniffed the air. There was a musty scent, but it didn't smell like the lingering scent of gasoline that perpetually hung in the garage. But he had been home, hadn't he? Although now that he thought about it, he didn't think he had been at home. At least, that wasn't the last place he had been. The last place he remembered was the hospital parking lot. He had climbed out of the truck and locked his door. There was plenty of concrete at the hospital, but not in the on-call rooms where doctors could sleep. And he hadn't been tired. He'd just been starting the shift, right? He strained to remember. Why was it so fuzzy? There'd been the truck, the sound of it locking, the feel of the pavement under his feet, and then there'd been... The rest was hazy, and he fought to push the mist away so that he could remember what happened. There had been a noise, and then a sharp, stinging sensation. Had he been drugged? The need to bolt upright, to race out of there, coursed through his body. But with no idea what was around him, he knew that was a bad idea. What if there was a low ceiling above him, and he shot up, banging his head and knocking himself out? Somehow he doubted anyone would be arriving with medical help. And if he wanted a chance to escape this place, wherever it was, he needed to be in peak performance. So he lifted his hands cautiously, feeling around. nothing appeared to be directly above his head, so he pushed himself into a seated position. His feet landed on a floor of some kind, but he couldn't quite tell exactly what it was. So he shuffled them back and forth, hoping for some kind of clue. There was no need to close his eyes due to the utter darkness of the room, but he did it anyway, hoping to focus on the sounds and the feel. A soft swish reached his ears, but it didn't sound like feet on dirt, nor did a scent accompany it. So there was a floor. Wood? More concrete? Holding his hands out to the sides in all directions, he tried to ignore the feeling of vertigo in the inky blackness. He could feel a wall behind him. It was also solid and cool, so most likely concrete as well. Shifting his hands to lift over his head, he slowly stood. Nothing. So the ceiling was at least 7 feet. He bounced his knees a little to try and determine the construction of the floor. There wasn't much give, which made him think it was also concrete, but it could have been a hardwood. It didn't really matter. He needed to get out of this room. With his hands in front of him, he shuffled forward until he touched the wall again. He decided to start to the left. His fingers brushed lightly over the scratchy surface of the concrete wall, but they didn't encounter anything, and neither did his feet. After a few more steps, his left foot hit something solid. His hand did a moment later. Another wall. Shifting slightly, he followed this one as well. He tried counting the steps, but it was hard to focus. Then the feeling beneath his fingers changed. A door, perhaps? He moved his hands up and down this new surface and almost cried with relief when he felt the familiar shapes of hinges. Thank goodness. If there was a door, then there was a way out. He continued to feel the door, and the relief built when he reached the metal handle. But it was short-lived. Though he tried both directions, the door would not budge. It must be locked from the other side. With a sigh, he finished the exploration of the room. There was nothing else, at least not along the walls. He supposed there could be something along the floor, but he was reluctant to get down on all fours and crawl across it. If only he could see more. A memory from childhood popped into his mind. He and his brother Clay had been playing hide-and-seek, but he'd been afraid to hide in the dark closet where he couldn't see anything. Clay had told him that if he closed his eyes for 10 seconds and then opened them, he would be able to see. Though he couldn't remember if it worked then, he figured it was worth a shot now. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and slowly counted to 10. When he opened them again, things were clear enough to see that the bed he'd woken up on was nothing more than a concrete shelf. There was some contraption near the middle of the room that might be a bucket, but there was nothing else. Where was he? And who had done this? He was not the type to blow his own horn, at least not anymore, but he was generally a well-liked man, especially by women. He was not blind to the fact that women found him attractive. And okay, in his past he had dated a lot of women, but he had only dated one since arriving in Fire Beach, and even that was pretty recent. Plus, he'd made sure she didn't have a boyfriend or husband. Doing that once had been enough. The man had slugged him, which he'd deserved, though, to be fair, the woman had never told him she wasn't single. Still, he'd considered the man's anger justified. That had been the day he'd decided to turn his life around, turn back to God, and put him back in control. He'd left town to make a fresh start, and while the man could still be angry enough to want to punish him more, kidnapping seemed a little extreme. So, maybe a jilted woman? He had never classified himself as a player, more like a man in search of the right woman. but he had kissed a lot of women in his past. And while he realized now that probably hadn't been the smartest move, he had never slept with any of the women, and he'd always been upfront that he wasn't interested in anything serious unless he felt it. So an angry woman seemed unlikely. Plus, a jilted woman would have to be someone from his past who would have had to follow him to Fire Beach, which seemed unlikely. Besides, while he was not what you'd call a gym rat, though only because he didn't always have time, he was not exactly small, so a woman would have a hard time overpowering him. No, it had to be something different. Maybe he was overthinking this. Maybe it was something as simple as someone who knew he was a doctor and thought he would have the ability to pay a ransom. Of course, that would limit the pool, as he'd only been in Fire Beach a few weeks. But he didn't have much money anyway. Yes, he was a doctor, but he was just starting his career, and he had about $1 million in medical school loans that had to be paid off. Plus, he sent money back to his sister in England regularly to help with their aging parents. So there wasn't much money just lying around. Garrett made his way back to the concrete slab and sat down. It was time to pray. Before he came to Fire Beach, he had thought the idea of a relationship with God was weird. A relationship involved give and take, but praying to God was one-sided. Or at least it had seemed that way to him. However, he'd felt a peace when he prayed then, and he hoped for a similar feeling now. He needed God to take the wheel. His eyes, though there was certainly no need in this darkness. Lord, I need help. I don't know why I'm here, or who brought me here. Please don't let this be the end for me. Give me wisdom to know what to do, and give wisdom to those outside looking for me so they can find me. He paused for a minute, waiting for more words to come to mind, but there was nothing else to say, and he figured since God was all-knowing, then he would hear even his silence. Garrett had no idea how long he'd been gone, but he did know Yolanda would be going nuts when he didn't show up for his shift. There was no doubt in his mind she would call his cell, then his home, and when she couldn't reach him, she would send someone to his house. That was one thing he loved about her Southern Spitfire spirit. Though he hadn't worked there long, he hoped she knew him well enough to know he wouldn't just skip work. Otherwise, it might be hours before anyone reported him gone. But there was always Renee. She would know he wasn't flaking. But would Yolanda listen to her? He didn't know what Yolanda's issue with Renee was, but there was something off between the two. Still, Renee would go to Clay if Yolanda didn't listen. He knew she would. He just hoped the authorities didn't take too long to start looking for him, because he had no idea if his captive planned to feed him. But what if there were no clues to his disappearance? What if Clay knew he was gone but had no way to look for him? If Garrett didn't know who'd done this, wouldn't that make it even harder for Clay or any other cop? Lord, please help them. Let there be some clues or a sign or something. Though he had no idea what else to pray for, he kept his eyes closed, hoping to hear something back from God, or to feel the peace he'd felt when he'd prayed about taking the job in Fire Beach. Suddenly, a grating sound of metal filled the air, and Garrett's eyes shot open. He hoped it was the door opening, and he moved softly toward it. He didn't know what was on the other side, but he'd take his chance and rush the person if he could. A tiny sliver of light crept into the room, but it was not from the door. At least, not from the door in its entirety. Instead, it came from a small square opening at the bottom that he hadn't noticed in his examination in the dark. A tray appeared and was pushed through. It held a plate with what looked like a sandwich and a cup in the dim light. Then the door of the square began to close. "Wait," he called desperately as he crouched down by the square. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" But there was no answer beyond the squeaking of the metal as the small door closed again. With a sigh of frustration, Garrett leaned against the door and sank to the floor. The tray was somewhere to his right, but he didn't bother to reach for it at the moment. It was there, and that was enough. He could eat when he was hungry. At least this meant the person planned to keep him alive for a while. It wasn't much hope, but it would do. For now. Chapter 2. Renee. Renee smiled as she woke to the sun peeking in her window. The memories of last night reignited in her mind, causing a satisfied sigh to slip past her lips. She'd spent the evening with Garrett just watching movies and talking, and even though he said he still wasn't ready for something serious, she could feel their relationship changing, and she didn't think it would be long before he was. She reached for her phone to see if he had texted, but there was nothing. That stung a little, but he didn't have the day off today like she did, so perhaps he just hadn't had time yet. Maybe he'd been running late this morning, or he'd gotten called into a consult right away. She could understand that, so she sent off a quick text just thanking him for the previous night and wishing him a good day. Then she returned her phone to her nightstand and stretched her arms over her head. She'd take a shower and fix herself some breakfast. Surely Garrett would have a chance to see her message and reply by then. When she was showered and dressed, she grabbed her phone, checking it one more time before heading into the kitchen. Still nothing. She got the coffee going and then made herself an omelet and some toast. Then she opened her Bible to do her morning devotion as she ate. She didn't often get this quiet time in the mornings, and her devotion had to wait until she got off. But she definitely liked it better in the morning. It made her feel more connected and recharged for the day. When she was finished with her devotion, she checked her phone again and saw there was still no response from Garrett. Though she knew it could be nothing, he might just be really busy today, a sick sensation erupted in her stomach. She knew it risked coming across as creepy, but she dialed the hospital. "Fire Beach Hospital, how can I direct your call?" "Hi, this is Renee Mackey. I'm a nurse in pediatrics. Can you tell me if Dr. Young is in today?" "Just a second, please." Renee chewed on her bottom lip as the sound of clacking computer keys filled the silence. "I'm sorry, it looks like Dr. Young never made it in today. Dr. Collins is on shift. Do you need him?" "No, thank you. Do you know if Dr. Young called in sick?" Renee doubted the receptionist was allowed to tell her that, but it couldn't hurt to ask. "I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give out that information." "That's okay, thank you." So Garrett wasn't at work, and while she supposed he could be homesick, she rather doubted it. First, he'd seemed healthy enough last night when she'd been at his house. They'd even shared an amazing kiss, a toe-tingling, mind-numbing, firework-worthy kiss. One that Renee could not wait to repeat, one that they'd planned to repeat tonight after work, so she highly doubted he wouldn't have called to tell her he was sick. Second, unless he was just dead to the world, he would have heard her text message and would have replied. Maybe he wasn't sick, but injured. Maybe he'd fallen and hit his head and was bleeding out on his floor right now. She'd only been to his place once before, but she was certain she could find it, and someone had to check on him. She grabbed her purse and keys and locked the door behind her. As soon as she stepped out of the apartment door, she could feel it. the uneasy feeling that she was being watched. It was probably Chris again. He'd made it known the last few weeks that he knew most of her comings and goings, which was creepy. Emma swore he was harmless, and he'd always seemed harmless, but Renee couldn't help but wonder if he had something to do with this. She knew he hadn't liked seeing her with Garrett, and while she didn't think Chris could physically harm Garrett, he would definitely be her top suspect if something had happened to Garrett. She breathed a sigh of relief when she reached her car without incident, but as she neared Garrett's house, the unease grew. What if he really was sick, and she came across looking like a stalker? Or worse, what if the kiss had been terrible for him, and now he decided he didn't want to continue dating her, but just didn't know how to tell her? Neither rang true for her, so she continued on, and when she reached his house and saw his truck was gone, she was filled with both a sense of relief and fear. If he wasn't at home and he wasn't at work, where was he? Perhaps it was something simple, like he'd had car trouble and was at a shop somewhere waiting for his truck to be fixed. But that wouldn't explain him not returning her text. Was it possible he'd gotten in another accident on the way to work and was lying in a ditch somewhere? She shuddered at the thought. Or what if he'd been lying about wanting to be exclusive, and he was at some other woman's place? That could certainly explain why he wasn't answering his phone, and while that scenario didn't make her feel good, it was better than the last scenario, the one she didn't want to think about. She scanned the streets as she stepped out of her car and locked the door. His neighborhood was safe and quiet, and today there were few cars on the street. She walked up to the front door and tried the knob, but it was locked. The curtains were also closed, so there was nothing to see, at least from this side. She made her way around the house, hoping perhaps he'd left the sliding glass door open, or the curtain pulled back at least. But it too was locked and covered. Should she try to break in to check on him? No, that didn't seem like the smartest idea, especially with his brother being a cop. There was no way she could check every auto shop, but she could at least check the route he would have taken to the hospital and see if she could see an accident. If that gave her nothing, then she'd have to find Clay. She didn't know him well, but she knew he would help her. As she climbed back in her car, she wasn't sure which would be worse: finding Garrett in a bad enough accident that he couldn't call for help, or not finding him at all. "Lord, let him be okay," she prayed softly as she headed toward the hospital. The route there wasn't long or especially dangerous, but she kept her eyes peeled. Nothing. She supposed he could have taken a different route, but she doubted it. He was still learning the city. She pulled into the hospital parking lot to turn around, but before she did, something caught her eye, and the feeling of dread in her stomach grew. Garrett's truck was parked in his normal spot. But if he'd made it to work, where was he now? He obviously hadn't gotten far enough inside to clock in, so something must have happened to him in the parking lot. It was time to get the police involved. When she reached the police station, she took a deep breath before going inside. The station was a small, square building that looked like it hadn't been renovated in ages. And when she opened the door, she felt like she'd been transported back in time. The interior was all brown and beige, and the computers she could see were still huge desktops, rather than the sleek laptops they had at the hospital. "Can I help you?" The woman behind the desk was older with chin-length gray hair. The lines on her face told the story of a hard life, but her eyes were kind. Renee stepped up to the desk. "Can I speak with Clay Young, please?" The woman tilted her head as if trying to decide the purpose of Renee's visit. "I believe Officer Young is out on patrol. Is there something I can help you with?" "I don't know. I need to tell him that I think his brother is missing." Chapter 3. Garrett, 2 weeks prior. Dr. Garrett Young climbed out of his Ford F-150 truck and stared up at the hospital building. It wasn't his first choice of assignment, but this was where he'd felt God telling him to go, and he wasn't about to pull a Jonah. Besides, the place looked decent. The building appeared to be newer, and there were no signs of dilapidation or obvious needs of repair. It had to be better than the last hospital he'd trained in, where the heater rarely worked, the air conditioner never worked, and the generator kicked on at least once a month due to power loss. As he entered the main floor, he could tell this hospital was busy. Maybe not as busy as some of the bigger places he'd applied for, but the waiting lobbies were half filled. Nurses and orderlies scurried across the room, and the receptionist looked like she never took a break from answering the phone. He had planned to ask her for directions to HR, but as she seemed busy, he figured he could find it himself. Most hospitals had some sort of placard on the wall that said where departments were located. Sure enough, he found one that directed him to the far end of the main floor. He'd completed as much of the paperwork online as he could, but he still needed to sign some things in person and get his badge. "Can I help you?" a woman asked when he stepped into the small HR room. Though her voice was friendly, he could see the tired lines around her eyes and the stress she carried in her shoulder. The nameplate on her desk read Diane Chambers. He smiled at her, trying to commit her name to memory so he could pray for her. It was something he'd started a few months ago, and his first book was nearly full. "I'm Dr. Garrett Young, your new pediatric doctor." "Oh, yes, I was expecting you." She returned his smile and rifled through a few papers on her desk until she found what she was looking for. Then she stood and made her way over to him. "I just need a few signatures from you, and then we'll take a picture and get your badge printed. You didn't have any trouble finding us, did you?" Garrett shook his head. "No troubles at all. Not only did his brother live in town, but he had maps on his phone. It rarely led him astray, although once it had taken him smack dab to a residential area instead of the hamburger place he'd been looking for. He scanned the paper she handed him and signed on the required lines. Then he stepped over to the little camera and let Diane take his picture. A few minutes later, his badge popped out. Not his best picture, but he'd had worse. Though this process was much shorter, it rather reminded him of getting his license at the DMV. "Okay, you're all set. Pediatrics is on the 3rd floor, so just take the elevator up and Yolanda will get you situated upstairs." "Thank you." He headed back through the lobby to the elevators and punched the button to go up. Though there were only 2 elevators, the wait was minimal, and when the doors opened, he stepped inside and punched the button for the 3rd floor. Before the door could close fully, a feminine voice called out, "Hold the elevator, please." Garrett stuck his shoe in front of the door to keep it from closing, but he was unprepared for the woman who entered. Her dark hair was pulled up, but tendrils snaked down the side of her face, and his eyes were instantly drawn to her slender neck. Her skin was pale and creamy like butter, and her eyes were bright blue like the ocean. "Thank you," she said, as the door closed behind her. Her soft, feminine voice sent a shiver down his back. He'd had physical, visceral reactions to women before, but not like this. There was something mesmerizing about this woman. "You're welcome." Why did his voice sound more like a croak than his usual tone? Her eyes grew wide as she really looked at him for the first time. "Are you British?" Garrett recognized the look on her face. It was one he had seen often, the pure look of adoration based solely on the sound of his accent. Normally, he shrugged this off, but this woman was enchanting, so he decided to use it to his advantage. "I am. I'm from a tiny village near London originally, but I've been in America for over a decade. I'm surprised my accent is still as strong as it is." Thankfully, he could turn it up when he wanted and dial it back when he needed to make sure kids could understand him. "Well, I'm glad it is. I love the sound of the British accent." Her eyes didn't exactly bat at him, but he could tell they were close. "Are you visiting someone? I haven't seen you around, and I certainly would remember your voice." "Not visiting, no. I'm the new pediatric doctor, Garrett Young." He held out his hand to shake hers, hoping she would take it so he could see if her skin was as soft as it looked. He hadn't been on a date in a while, but he could definitely see himself asking this woman out. "You're kidding!" Her lips pulled into an even wider smile as she took his hand. "I'm Renee Mackey, one of your nurses. We'll get to work together every day." And just like that, his elation rushed from him like a heavy sigh. He didn't date coworkers, and certainly not nurses he'd have to work with every day. At least, not anymore. Carrie hadn't been the reason he'd left Chicago, but she'd certainly played a part. And besides that, he'd seen too many tense moments and almost mistakes from people who dated coworkers and then couldn't handle working with the person when the relationship ended. In an office job, that might not matter, but in a hospital it did, especially when his patients were kids. "Oh, that's good news," he said, softening the accent. No reason to lead her on. If she noticed the change, she didn't say anything. "I'm glad they hired another doctor. Dr. Collins is great, but it was getting too busy for him to handle alone." "It stays busy then?" he asked. "Most days." The elevator dinged and they both stepped out. A welcome reprieve since she was still looking at him like he'd hung the moon, and he didn't have the heart to tell her it would never work. "I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other," she said when they reached the nurse's station. She flashed another wide smile and then scurried off, but he couldn't help noticing the slight swaying of her hips as she left. Perhaps it was the way she always walked, but he had the feeling it was done for his benefit. The nurse at the station looked up at him and lifted a brow. "I'm guessing you're the new doctor." She was short, probably no more than 5'3" and stout, but everything about this woman screamed that she did not take nonsense. "I am, Dr. Garrett Young." "Uh-huh." She looked him over and then glanced to where Renee had gone before looking back to him. "Well, I'm glad you're here. It seems like you've got a fan already. No surprise there." He didn't know if her words meant she wasn't surprised Renee liked him, or if Renee had shown an interest in previous doctors. What he did know was that she was fishing, and he wasn't going to give her any ammunition. "Renee seems very nice, and I'm sure she's a good nurse." She pursed her lips and gave him a face that said she was clearly not convinced, but that wasn't his problem. Though she looked like she was probably in charge, he was the doctor and he didn't need her approval for who he could and couldn't date. "All right then, I'm Yolanda, the head nurse up here. If you need anything, I'm your woman. Been here for 10 years, longer than anyone else on this floor, so I know my stuff." He wouldn't have doubted she did, even without her background. There was something in the way she carried herself, a confidence that emanated from her even through her scrubs. "Good to know. We've got 3 new pediatric cases, Dr. Young. 9-year-old with a broken arm, a 2-year-old with a high fever, and a teenager complaining of severe abdominal pain." Garrett nodded as he took the charts. He scanned them quickly, his dark brows furrowing in concentration. Though not the hardest part of his job, this was one of the most important aspects. Analyzing who needed care first was much more important when bodies were little, because most things affected them faster, so he had to choose wisely and hopefully be right. A broken arm was generally one that could wait a little longer, though he'd seen one case where the broken bone damaged the surrounding blood vessels and nerves and left the kid with permanent nerve damage. But that was a rare case. The abdominal pain was a little more worrisome, as it could be appendicitis, or it could be something as simple as food poisoning or a 24-hour bug. The fever could be nothing, a cold, a common virus, but it could also be something much more serious. He chose to go with it first due to the patient's age. The child would be of little help, which meant a worried parent was definitely involved. "I'll see the 2-year-old first," he said decisively. He handed back the other charts and headed for room 4, hoping it would turn out to be nothing serious. Garrett entered the exam room where a tiny girl with pigtails lay listlessly on the table, her fretful parents hovering over her. He offered them a reassuring smile. "Hello, I'm Dr. Young. I hear little Nora has a fever." He always tried to use the patient's name when he introduced himself. Though it didn't always work, it often helped the parents relax a little when they realized he'd taken the time to learn it. The mother wrung her hands. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her hair lay flat on her head as if she hadn't showered in a few days. This family would be going in his journal as well. "She's been running a high fever all day. I gave her some medicine, but after lunch, she was so lethargic that we brought her in. We're terrified it might be something serious." Garrett placed a gentle hand on Nora's forehead, his eyes softening with compassion. "You were right to bring her in. Fevers in small children can be dangerous if left unchecked. But let's not worry before we have all the information." As he asked the parents questions that would help him diagnose the girl, he kept his tone and facial expressions calm. It was something he had mastered, as it helped relax anxious parents as well. With every answer, he ran through possible diagnoses, making a mental note of appropriate tests he might need in order to rule out the worst scenarios. "When was the last time you gave her medicine?" he asked when his evaluation was through. The mother checked her watch. "About 3 hours ago. It was just before lunch." Garrett nodded. "Okay, I can't give her any more for an hour, but I'll make a note for the nurse to bring her some then. My guess is that it's a virus, but I'd like to keep Nora here for observation until the fever breaks, just to be sure." The mother sagged against her husband in relief. "Yes, of course, whatever you need to do to make her okay." It was clear the mother was the one who needed the most comfort, but Garrett knew that wasn't his place. So he placed a hand on the father's shoulder, hoping it would be enough. "Don't worry, we'll take good care of her." The father issued a nod in return, and Garrett left the room with the updated chart in his hand. As he did, he lifted his eyes for just a second. "Lord, please place your healing hand on the girl and give peace to the family." It was all he had time for at the moment, but he knew it would be enough. The Bible said to pray unceasingly, and like the journal, it was something he'd been working on doing the last few months. He handed the chart to Yolanda and grabbed the one for the stomach ache in room 2. But before he could review it, a loud, agonizing scream filled the air. Tucking the chart under his arm, he hurried toward the noise along with Yolanda, Renee, and another nurse who had been nearby. The teenager in room 2 was holding onto his stomach and howling in agony. Garrett swallowed a frustrated breath. He'd clearly chosen incorrectly. "Hey, David. My name is Dr. Young. We're going to take good care of you. Can you tell me where it hurts most?" The boy shook his head, but the placement of his hands told Garrett everything he needed to know. "I'm going to give you a quick examination, but I think you have appendicitis, David. This is going to hurt just a bit." As gently as he could, Garrett examined David's stomach, his suspicions confirmed when he felt the abdominal rigidity. "He needs an OR now," he said to whichever nurse was closest. "On it," one called, and hurried out of the room. Garrett turned to the parents, or parent in this case, a frail woman with a gaunt face who looked as if she hadn't received a decent night's sleep in weeks. If he had to wager, he'd bet he was looking at a single mother working 2 jobs just to make ends meet. "Mrs. Martin, David is going to need emergency surgery. I'll bring in paperwork for you to sign, but can I get your verbal consent?" She leaned forward to place a hand on David's arm before glancing up at him. "It's just Miss Martin now, but yes, you have my permission, whatever he needs." A minute later, the nurse returned with 2 orderlies to wheel David to surgery. And once both mother and child were out of sight, Garrett sagged in relief and ran a hand down his face. "Lord, please let him be okay." "I'm sure he'll be fine." He glanced up to see Renee was still in the room with him. Her emerald green eyes brimmed with compassion, and she looked like she wanted to step closer to him, but she didn't. "I hope so." He shook his head, frustrated at himself for not making the right call. "I should have checked him first to make sure." "You couldn't have known." This time she did take a step closer to him, but she didn't touch him, thankfully. If she had, he might have crumbled. He didn't know her, but he could feel the compassion radiating off her, and right now he could use some. "No, I suppose I couldn't have. But that's not a good excuse when the lives of children are in your hands." He took a deep breath and pulled his shoulders back. He'd had close calls before. Heck, he'd lost kids at his last hospital. But it never got easier, and losing a kid on his first day would haunt him forever. "Speaking of which, I've got a broken arm to check and make sure it's not anything more serious. Thank you for your help." "Of course." She gave him a quick nod, but he could tell she wanted to say more. He returned to the intake desk and grabbed the next chart, hoping that he wasn't wrong about the broken arm as well. It was a few hours later when it finally slowed down enough for Garrett to catch a breath. He sank down on a couch in the staff lounge and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would remember to bring his Bible with him. Even if he didn't have time to read it, just having it close would bring him comfort. "You doing all right?" He opened his eyes to see Renee standing over him, still looking as beautiful as she had this morning. He wondered how she did it, but then he pushed the thought away. He should push her away as well, but he couldn't deny that it was nice to have someone ask how he was doing. Not only had it been a rough first day, but men were expected to keep their emotions in check and push through it. Still, he should tell her he didn't date coworkers because he could still read the attraction in her eyes. But he didn't have the energy. "Yeah, I'm okay. I see what you mean about it being busy." On one hand, he loved the pace. It not only kept him busy, but it gave him the opportunity to work with and hopefully bless a lot of people. On the other hand, it was exhausting. He couldn't even remember if he'd eaten lunch. "We have slow days, too." She flashed him a crooked grin. "Sometimes." She crossed the few steps separating them and sat next to him. She was close enough that he could smell the soft scent of her, and it made his stomach clench. He loved his job, and he loved serving God, but he was lonely, and he hoped to find love someday. Could Renee fill the hole in his heart? As much as he was trying to fight his attraction to Renee, it appeared he was losing. "That's good." He shifted slightly to his right, hoping to put a little more space between them without her noticing. She glanced at him, and a small smile played at the corners of her lips. She'd noticed, but it didn't seem to bother her. "The kids seem to love you. Not that I'm surprised."
"Thanks, but I've got to do a better job assessing. Did he—"
Garrett paused. He wanted to know if the boy had made it through surgery, but he wasn't sure he'd be okay if Renee told him he hadn't.
"Did David make it?"
Renee nodded and placed a hand on his arm. It was warm and soft, just like he'd imagined it would be, and it made him long for a relationship even more. He definitely missed a woman's touch. "He did. You got to him in time. No complications even." No, God was the reason that kid was okay, not him. He'd meant to check up on David that afternoon, but he'd never gotten the chance. It was nice to know he was okay, but it didn't ease the guilt he felt at not looking at the boy first.
"I'm glad."
She removed her hand from his arm, took a deep breath, and pressed her lips together as if deciding if she wanted to say something or keep it to herself. "Once a week, a few of us get together for food and drinks. It's our way of decompressing. Would you like to join us?"
"I don't really drink."
He had when he'd been in college and his first year of med school, but he'd seen not only how it affected him, but others around him, so he'd given it up. Not entirely. He enjoyed red wine with his dinners on occasion, and every once in a while he would enjoy a cold beer. But those days were few and far between. Besides, it had been such a long day that he worried he wouldn't be able to stop if he started.
"Plus, I've still got a lot of unpacking to do."
She rolled her eyes at his excuses. "Come on, Dr. Young. You deserve a little decompression after today. Besides, it would be a good way to meet some of your coworkers." He should say no. He had the feeling that Renee, while a bit of a flirt, might be able to pierce his defenses, especially today. But he didn't want to say no. The idea of going home and unpacking held no appeal, and it would be beneficial to meet more of the hospital staff.
"I'll see what I can do."
The smile she flashed lit up her whole face. "Great. Do you know where O'Malley's is?"
"Is that the sports bar on Garrison?"
He hadn't had a lot of time to learn the layout of Fire Beach, but he'd learned what was near his apartment and what was near the hospital. "That's the one. See you there in half an hour?" He checked his watch.
"Yeah, if I get done with paperwork in time."
As he watched her walk out of the room, he hoped he wasn't making a giant mistake. Chapter 4. Renee. The parking lot of the sports bar was packed when Renee pulled in. She hoped the others had made it before her and saved a table, or they might have to go elsewhere. She drove slowly down the aisle, scanning the area to find one open spot, but there was nothing. As she turned to go up the next aisle, she spotted an opening. It would be tight, but her car was small. She was sure she could make it work. The car itself fit fine, but opening her door was a little more challenging. She had to suck in her breath to squeeze out of the car, and once she was there, she still had to shuffle sideways until the space opened up. There'd better be no emergency tonight because there was no way she'd be getting back in that car quickly. She pulled her jacket tighter as she began the trek to the front of the bar. It wasn't winter yet, but the wind was blowing today and biting right through the thin fabric of her clothes. By the time she reached the entrance, her whole body was cold. She pulled open the door, enjoying the heat that rolled over her, and scanned the crowd. Due to the dim lighting inside, it was actually darker inside than out currently, and it took her eyes a moment to adjust. "Renee, over here!" She heard the bubbly sound of her friend Riley's voice and headed that direction. Riley worked in the ER, so they didn't see each other at the hospital much, But every once in a while, Renee would have to cover in the ER if pediatric cases came in or if they were short-handed. She and Riley tried to at least get together for lunch a few times a week, but with Riley's schedule, sometimes these once or twice a week evening meetups were all they could manage. "Wow, the place is packed today," Renee said as she slid into the booth next to a man she didn't recognize. Riley and Dr. Neil Carver sat across from them. "Yeah, it is. We barely found a table." "Well, I'm glad you did, and thanks for saving another seat." Renee glanced toward the door, hoping that Garrett hadn't changed his mind. "You're welcome, but who's the seat for? You meet a handsome dad or something?" Riley's eyebrows wiggled suggestively. "No." She'd seen a few handsome men come in with their kids, but most of the time it was the mother who was with the child. And besides, dating a patient's father would feel weird. "I invited the new pediatric doctor." Renee hoped her expression remained more neutral than it felt. She didn't want her friends teasing Garrett if he showed up. "He doesn't know many people here, and he had a rough day."
"Uh-huh. And that's the only reason?" Neil asked.
"What other reason could there be? It's his first day." She turned to the man next to her, hoping to steer the conversation in a different direction. "I'm Renee, pediatric nurse, and you are?"
"Tony?"
He pushed his glasses up his nose and glanced around.
"I'm an intern, and I don't know what I'm doing here." Neil clapped a hand on his shoulder. "You're hanging out and having fun. If you're going to work in the ER, you're going to need to know how to lighten up and have some fun sometimes." "Yeah, I guess."
The poor guy looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, and Renee felt sorry for him. Neil had probably dragged him along, not wanting to be the only male. They ordered their first round of drinks, and though Renee tried to pay attention to the conversation, her eyes kept drifting to the door. Was Garrett not coming? Had she come on too strong? She probably had. It was something she'd been told before, but she couldn't always help it. She was gregarious and extroverted, and sometimes that came across as desperate and clingy, but she didn't mean it to. "Is your friend not coming?" Riley asked, when their first round of drinks were gone. Renee looked down at her watch. Almost an hour had passed since they'd left the hospital, and though she had left first, she'd thought he was right behind her. "I guess not, but maybe he got caught up in something?"
"It's possible," Neil offered with a slight shrug. "Sometimes we get a last-minute patient, or we get lost in paperwork. I'm sure he'll come next time."
Renee nodded, but inside her emotions were conflicted. Had she misread him? Maybe she should just let it go. But it had been a long time since she'd been so attracted to someone. It didn't matter, though. She had her health, her job, her friends, her church, and she could wait on the right man. She just had this feeling in her gut that it was Garrett. That was silly, and she knew it. She didn't even believe in love at first sight, but she did believe in prayer, and she'd been praying for God to send the right man to her and to let her know he was the one, and she could have sworn that was what she felt today.
"Is there room for one more?"
Warmth spread through Renee before she even looked up to confirm who was asking. His accent might have lessened since he'd been in the U.S., but it was still there. "Of course there is." Thankfully, the booth was one of those half-circle ones, so there was plenty of room. Tony scooted closer to Neil, and Renee scooted over to allow room for Garrett.
"I'm sorry I'm late. Yolanda caught something I missed on a chart, and I had to spend a few minutes fixing it. And then I got a little lost trying to find a place to park."
"I'm sorry. I should have warned you about the parking situation." Renee felt a touch of guilt that she'd taken the last spot in the lot. Although, as late as he was, someone else would probably have snagged it if she hadn't. And it wasn't like she had Garrett's number to have texted him. Or next time, just take one car. Riley smiled mischievously at Garrett. I mean, that's what Neil and Tony and I did. By the way, I'm Riley Green, ER nurse. This is Neil Carver, ER doctor, and Tony Modesto, intern.
Nice to meet you all,
Garrett said as he shook each hand in turn.
Do you guys do this every week? We try, Neil said. Sometimes our schedules make it hard, but part of working in the medical field is learning how to live outside the hospital, and these evenings help us feel grounded. We're glad you've joined us. Yes, thank you. It's nice to meet new people.
You know, Renee is a great tour guide as well, Riley said. If you ever need a tour around the city, she could probably help you. Renee shot her a knock-it-off look as heat climbed up her neck. I'm sure if Dr. Young wants a tour, he can ask himself. She peeked over at Garrett to see a blush across his cheeks as well.
Yeah, maybe after I've settled in,
he said noncommittally, his eyes shifting to the side. Of course, whenever you want. I'm not going anywhere. The words tumbled out of Renee's mouth in a rush, and she mentally kicked herself for sounding so lame. If she wanted a chance with this guy, she needed to pull herself together. The conversation eased into a friendly banter back and forth after that, and though Garrett didn't order a drink, he did seem to enjoy himself. It was over an hour later when he glanced at his watch and sighed.
I better get going. I still have a ton of unpacking to do.
I'll walk out with you, Renee said. I need to get home as well. She did not miss the conspiratorial smile that Riley sent her, but thankfully she said nothing this time.
It was nice to meet you all,
Garrett said as he stood.
You too. Hopefully we'll see you again,
Neil said, and Garrett nodded before leading the way to the door. When they stepped outside, he turned to Renee.
Your friends seem nice. Thanks again for inviting me.
No problem. I'm glad you came. Renee smiled and then shivered. It had been warm inside the restaurant, but an intense chill had crept into the air while they'd been inside.
You're cold. Tell me where your car is and I'll walk you to it.
Renee pulled her coat tighter around her and pointed to the left. It's over there, but you don't have to walk me to it.
I know I don't have to. I'm offering to, Garrett said with a smile. Now let's go.
When they reached her car, Renee unlocked it and then paused. She wanted to spend more time with Garrett, but would it be too much for tonight? After all, he had said he needed to get home to unpack, and no matter how she tried to phrase the question in her mind, it sounded lame. Thank you for the escort, she said instead, putting the ball into his court.
You're welcome. See you tomorrow.
Sure. It wasn't a continuation of the night, but it was a step, and she would take it. The sun was setting as Renee pulled into the parking lot of her apartment. Dark shadows danced across the pavement, but even that couldn't deter the fluttering in her heart. She felt more awake and alive than she had in ages, and she was fairly certain that was due entirely to Garrett Young. From the moment she'd laid eyes on him in the elevator, she'd been drawn to him, and she couldn't help but wonder if this was God answering her prayer. As she replayed the evening in her head, the soft crunch of gravel beneath approaching footsteps grabbed her attention, and she turned to find her neighbor Chris, a lanky young man with thick glasses and an unkempt mop of hair shuffling towards her. They had exchanged words only a few times, and even then it was generally a hello and how are you doing? Pleasantries that were said in passing but rarely required an answer. Hi, Renee, he stammered, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose as he came to a halt beside her. I saw you come home and, I thought maybe we could
chat for a bit?"
His voice was thin and reedy, not quite the sound of nails on a chalkboard, but close enough that it sent a shiver down Renee's spine. She had always been friendly towards him, offering polite greetings and the occasional small talk in passing, but this was the first time he had ever actively sought her out for a conversation. "Sure," she said cautiously, forcing a smile as she searched for some excuse to end the conversation quickly and retreat to the safety of her home. "What's on your mind?"
"You, were late coming home from the hospital today."
His eyes darted to her face before skittering away.
"Is everything okay?"
Renee's brow furrowed as she processed his words. Dressed in a faded, ill-fitting Star Wars t-shirt and jeans that hung too low on his hips, he seemed harmless, but there was something about his demeanor that sent the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Perhaps it was his chaotic mess of hair, or his smudged and broken glasses that seemed to be staying together with white masking tape and a prayer. "Yes, everything's fine," she replied, momentarily taken aback by his sudden interest in her life. She hadn't even known he knew where she worked. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, trying to gauge the distance to her front door without being too obvious. "I was just decompressing with some colleagues, actually."
"Oh, right."
He shuffled his feet, clearly struggling for something else to say.
"Must have been fun?"
"Yeah, I guess it was." Renee attempted to feign enthusiasm with a nod while she discreetly edged towards her house. Part of her felt guilty for wanting to escape the conversation so badly, but another part, a more primal, instinctual part, urged her to put as much distance between herself and this unexpected encounter as possible.
"Hey, speaking of celebrations,"
he continued, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort.
"My cousin's having a party next week, and I was wondering, would you like to come with me? As my, guest?"
Renee was surprised at the invitation. They'd rarely spoken more than a wave of greeting, and while she wanted to be friendly, she could not ignore the sense of unease that had settled in her gut. "I'm flattered, but I don't think I can. My schedule at the hospital makes it hard for me to plan things like that."
"Oh, okay. I understand."
Chris's voice faltered as he adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses.
"It's just that my cousin's really excited about it, and I thought you might enjoy it too."
He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, his eyes shifting between the ground and her gaze. Renee bit her lip, torn between sympathy for her socially awkward neighbor and a strong desire to retreat into the safety of her home. She offered him a weak smile, hoping her body language would convey her need to end the conversation. "I'm sure it will be a great party," she said, taking a step back toward her door. "I appreciate the offer, but I can't. I'm sure you'll have fun, though."
Yeah, no problem,"
he stammered, his cheeks flushing a bright shade of red.
"Maybe next time?"
"Maybe," Renee agreed noncommittally, reaching behind her to grasp the doorknob. She could feel her heart racing in her chest, the uneasy feeling refusing to dissipate despite the seemingly harmless nature of their interaction.
"Okay then, have a good night, Renee,"
he mumbled, finally taking a step back and giving her some much-needed space. "Good night," Renee replied with relief, quickly inserting her keys, turning the doorknob, and stepping into her apartment. As she shut the door behind her, she couldn't help but feel a mix of guilt and unease. Had she overreacted, or was there something more to her neighbor's sudden interest in her life? Surely it was nothing. She dropped her purse down on the entryway table, her hands trembling slightly. As much as she wanted to believe that he had simply been attempting to be friendly, she couldn't help but feel that there was something off with the encounter. "Hey, I didn't hear you come in," her roommate Emma said as she padded into the kitchen. "Is everything okay?" "I don't know," Renee said, shaking her head. She walked to the table and sat down. "I just had a weird encounter with our neighbor, that Chris guy, the tall, lanky one with glasses." Emma froze for a second and then turned around slowly, a can of LaCroix in her hand. "Yeah, I know Chris. He's awkward, but I think he's harmless. What happened?" Renee shivered. "Well, first he asked me why I was home late, which was weird. Who knows their neighbors' schedules like that? Do you think he's stalking me?" "I'm sure it's nothing like that," Emma said slowly, as she opened the sparkling water and sat down across from Renee. "I think he's just really lonely, so he spends a lot of time watching what happens around here." Emma's words didn't sound all that convincing. "Yeah, well, then he invited me to his cousin's party. Also creepy. I barely know him, and I definitely don't know his cousin." "I can understand that, but try not to freak out too much about it. He probably just wanted someone to talk to." Emma was training to be a therapist, so she often tried to analyze behavior. But Renee trusted her gut, and it was telling her to stay far away from Chris. "Yeah, I guess I can understand that." She paused for a moment to clear the encounter with Chris from her mind. "I'm glad I have you, because I have to tell you about my day." "Oh, really? Did you meet a hot dad?" Because Renee barely had time to meet anyone outside of her work, Emma was convinced that a single dad would be in her future. But Renee doubted that. "No, but you know how I've been praying that God would send the right man into my life?" Renee smiled as she pictured Garrett's dark hair and sexy stubble. "Yeah." Emma didn't share Renee's desire to get married and settle down, but she supported her. "Well, I met someone today that I am hoping is the answer to my prayer." Emma rolled her eyes. "You don't believe in love at first sight, remember?" That wasn't exactly true. Renee didn't believe in insta-love, but she did believe that people could have gut feelings when they met the right person, and she'd definitely had a gut feeling today. "I didn't say I was in love with him. I said I think he might be God's answer to my prayer." "Right." Emma drew the word out in a scoffing manner. "Well, tell me about Mr. Wonderful then." Renee pulled one leg under her as she shifted in the chair. "His name is Garrett Young. He has these amazing blue eyes and dark hair, and he's English." "Oh, now I understand," Emma said, chuckling. Though they'd only been roommates for a year or so, Renee had forced her to watch all the famous British movies with her. Sense and Sensibility, Pride and Prejudice, etc. And she'd shared many times how much she loved the British accent. She'd even broken into a British accent a few times, a lingering remnant of her high school theater days. "I don't like him because he's British. That just happens to be a bonus." Emma tilted her head down and raised her eyebrows. "Okay, so what's the catch?" "Catch? What do you mean?" "I mean, you always find something about men that you don't like, and then you fixate on it so much that you forget their good qualities and break off the relationship. So what is his going to be?" Though Emma was being a bit cynical, Renee could understand the question. She did have a tendency to break things off when a man's flaws became too large. But it wasn't because they had flaws. It was because she realized those flaws were things she didn't want to put up with forever. And since she was dating with the hope of settling down, It didn't make any sense to keep dating someone she couldn't see herself marrying. But Garrett wasn't like that. Or not yet. She was sure he had flaws, though she hadn't seen them yet. But she had a feeling that whatever his were, they wouldn't be a deal breaker for her. There was really only one hang-up at the moment. He's my boss. Emma rolled her eyes. Your boss? Yeah, that's definitely going to work out. Well, he's not my direct boss. That's Yolanda, of course. But he's the new doctor. Still sounds like a pretty big problem to me, she said, taking a sip of her drink. Would the hospital even let the two of you date? Of course they would. The hospital can't tell you who you can date. I think relationships have to be declared or something, but it's definitely doable. Renee hadn't dated anyone at Fire Beach, but she dated a doctor at her old hospital, and they'd had to inform HR that they were dating. Are you sure you want to date a doctor? Emma asked. What if he turns out to be one of those critical doctors? Most of her time as a nurse, Renee had enjoyed working with the different doctors, but there'd been a few in her early days that had been downright mean. She remembered one doctor screaming at a nurse for not calling him the minute a patient's stat changed, and there'd been one who just acted like nurses were too beneath him to even look at. He would bark orders, but never use names or make eye contact. No, he's not like that. I mean, it was only his first day, but he actually seemed nice. I even think he's attracted to me, but he's guarded or something. That got Emma's attention, and her eyes lit up. She set her drink down and leaned forward. I was just reading about this theory called the uncertainty reduction theory. Maybe he's not acting the way you expect him to because he's dealing with uncertainty around the new job. Give him time to get to know you and maybe find out about his interests. The more you can show you have in common with him, the more likely he'll be to ask you out. Good idea. Thanks. Renee could do that. She was good at getting people to open up. And even if she couldn't get Garrett to open up to her, she knew enough people that moved the gossip along that she could find out what he liked. Renee's hand covered her mouth as she tried to stifle a yawn. Okay, I have to turn in now. The work alarm comes too early in the morning, but I'll tell you how it goes. Good luck, Emma said, lifting her can in salute. Renee changed into pajamas and brushed her teeth, but as she crawled into bed, the feeling of unease crept over her again. It seemed determined to follow her into her dreams. Even as she slipped beneath the covers and closed her eyes, she found herself listening for any unusual sounds outside her window, for any sign that Chris might be watching her from the shadows. Chapter 5. Garrett. You're home late, Clay said, as Garrett plopped down on the couch. Clay was Garrett's older brother, the newest member of the Fire Beach Police Department, and his roommate for the foreseeable future until he could afford his own place. I thought you got off at 6. Yeah, I did. Garrett rubbed his tired eyes. But it was kind of a rough first day. I made the wrong call, and it could have been bad. So when one of the nurses invited me out for dinner and drinks, I accepted. Even though this was not his first day as a doctor, it had felt longer than previous days. One of the nurses? I thought you didn't date co-workers. Garrett opened his eyes to see Clay staring at him, his eyebrows lifted in expectation. I'm not dating her. It was an invite out with a group of people from the hospital, not a one-on-one. A teasing grin split Clay's lips and he waggled his eyebrows. But I bet she likes you. Is she pretty? Garrett thought back to his first glimpse of Renee. She'd taken his breath away, honestly, but that didn't matter. Yes, she's pretty, but you can wipe that grin off your face. She's not a love interest. Clay's face fell.
Not even a possible one?
I don't know, Garrett said with a sigh.
I work with her. You know what happened last time. I'm trying to change my life here, not repeat it. Yeah, but I'm sure she's different from Carrie,
Clay said, a slight grimace distorting his features.
That girl was crazy. Besides, you work all the time. How on earth are you supposed to meet someone you don't work with?
Garrett shrugged.
People do it all the time. There's always the gym or church. You have one you recommend, right? Yeah, I've been attending a decent church here,
Clay said slowly.
Though I haven't met many single women there, or at the gym. Of course, I do most of my lifting at the station gym, but do you really want to pick up a woman at the gym? What's wrong with picking up a woman at the gym? At least then I'd know she takes care of herself and likes to work out as much as I do.
Clay cringed and shook his head.
Yeah, but women don't go to the gym to get hit on. They go to work out. You can't be that dude.
Garrett rolled his eyes. He knew the kind of guy Clay was talking about. The kind who wore tight muscle shirts and split his time between watching himself in the mirror and hitting on women. But he had no intention of being that dude, nor did he see the harm in sparking up a conversation with a woman and seeing where it might lead.
Well, I can't guarantee anything, but I did say I'd go on a tour of the city with Renee, so we'll see what happens. You know, I could give you a tour,
Clay said with a teasing grin. Garrett gave him a good-natured shove.
Yeah, but you're not as pretty as she is. But enough about Renee. I've got to get some more unpacking done. So she is pretty.
Garrett rolled his eyes.
Yeah, she's pretty. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have some unpacking to do. When God's ready for me to date someone, he'll put the woman in my path. Maybe he already did,
Clay said. Garrett shook his head at his brother.
I doubt it. Never say never,
Clay hollered after him, and Garrett shook his head. As he closed the bedroom door behind him, though, he did wonder if Clay was right. Garrett had been praying for the right woman to cross his path, and he was attracted to Renee. There was no denying that, so would it be that terrible if he dated her? Clay was right that she seemed nothing like Carrie, and people dated coworkers all the time. It was true that it didn't work out for everyone, but he knew it did for some. He could be one of those stories, right? And he was a professional. As long as the woman he dated was a professional as well, then they could keep their work life separate from their dating life. Couldn't they? With a sigh, he grabbed his Bible and settled onto the bed. Unpacking could wait. He needed to spend some time reading and in prayer to make sure he was on the right path. No more doing things his own way. He'd learned that lesson the hard way. Chapter 6. Garrett. A few days later. Good morning, Dr. Young. Ready for another day? Renee smiled at him from behind the desk.
I am.
He glanced around.
Where's Yolanda?
Break. I'm covering for her until she gets back.
Oh, I see.
He grabbed a chart and scanned it. Sore throat with a mild fever. That could wait. He grabbed the next chart.
Man, did you miss a crazy case last night? Just as I was about to get off, the ER had a kid come in who'd collided with another kid at school. They were worried about a concussion, so they called me. Turns out the poor kid not only had a concussion, but fractured his orbital bone.
Renee gasped and covered her mouth. Oh no, that's awful. How old?
13, so you know, tricky age.
Renee nodded. I sure hope the other kid's okay. Did he or she come in too? Garrett shook his head.
Not that I know of, but I hope so too. It's hard to believe a hit that hard wouldn't have affected the other kid in any way.
Renee glanced around the nurse's station as if worried someone might overhear. Well, I'll be praying for both of them, and I'm very glad they had you to call.
Garrett tilted his head to study her. You're a believer?
I am. It's not forbidden to talk about here or anything, but some people get weird when you mention praying for them, so I try to keep it quiet. Her eyes grew wide as if she just realized what she did. I don't know why I even said that to you, not knowing if it would bother you or not. I'm sorry if it did.
It didn't. I'm a believer too. He flashed a genuine smile at her. It's nice to know there are others. My last hospital wasn't super friendly toward those who practiced their faith. Renee nodded.
Yeah, I've been in places like that. I hate hiding it because we're all called to share our faith, you know? But sometimes it's easier to keep your head down and be helpful than put a giant target on your back.
I get that. So will there be a get-together this week?
He still wasn't sure if he wanted to ask Renee out, but he had definitely missed her yesterday when she'd been off, and they'd been so busy the days before that he hadn't gotten much opportunity to talk with her. Even if it didn't turn into a relationship, he wouldn't mind getting to know her better, and he could definitely use friends. Renee shrugged. I hope so, but because Riley and Neil work in the ER, their schedule is more erratic than mine, so I let them schedule.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
What didn't make sense was why he felt dismayed by that information. But I could meet tonight after work if you'd like. It wouldn't be a group, though I do have some other friends I could invite. Or maybe you'd like to get a coffee and take a tour of the town? I doubt you've had time to see much of it yet.
Garrett hesitated for a minute. He definitely hadn't had time to tour the city, and he did want to spend time with Renee outside of work, especially now that he knew she was a believer. But would she think it was a date? He wasn't sure he was ready to date her yet, but would a coffee and tour really count as a date? Sure. I never say no to a good coffee, and I could use a tour of the city. I pretty much only know what's within a block of the hospital and a block of my house.
Oh, well then you definitely need to know what else the city has to offer. Let's shoot for 7?
7 sounds good, as long as no emergencies come in.
Of course. She picked up a chart and handed it to him. Take the stitches. It will be an easy way to start the day.
Stitches? Okay, well that seems simple enough.
It should be, but page me if you need any help. She flashed him a smile before turning her attention back to another chart.
Okay, will do.
He tapped the chart lightly and then headed to the room to deal with the stitches. A woman who appeared about 40 looked up from her phone as he entered. The girl sat on the table staring at her finger with a look of intense fear.
Hello, I'm Dr. Young. I hear you get your stitches removed today.
The girl glanced up at him with wide, fear-filled eyes. Will it hurt?
It shouldn't, Garrett said. Generally, patients tell me that removing the stitches feels like a little tickle.
You mean you don't know? She asked. Her face folded into an expression of terror, and she pulled her hand closer to her chest.
Well, I've never had stitches myself, but I trust what they say. Can I take a look?
He'd looked over her chart before he entered. The girl had cut her finger on the metal lid of a cat food can, and it had sliced her index finger pretty deeply. The stitches had only been in for a week, but as he looked at them, he could tell they didn't look quite right. He turned to the mother.
Is she a fast healer?
The woman rolled her eyes. Abnormally so. We tried to get her ears pierced once. We forgot to turn the studs one day, and her skin started growing around the posts. After taking them out, they completely healed over 2 days later. Why? Is something wrong? She stood up and came to Garrett's side as if trying to see what he did.
Maybe not, but I'm afraid her skin might have grown over her stitches.
He could still see the middle of the stitches, but it was thinner than normal.
It's possible they just used a smaller technique, though.
Does that mean it's going to hurt? The girl asked, her voice quivering.
I hope not, but we'll see. You let me know if it does, okay?
She nodded, but he could see the tears forming in her eyes already. Grabbing the small scissors, he made the initial cut and then switched to the tweezers to pull out the string. It did not come easily, and the girl yelped when he tugged on them. "Ouch! That does not tickle," she said.
"I'm so sorry."
He studied her finger for a minute. There didn't seem to be a way to get them out without causing her pain, but maybe he could limit it.
"Well, I have a couple of options. I could give you a numbing shot to decrease the pain, or I can just pull quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid."
The girl's teary eyes pulled at his heart. "Which will hurt more?"
"I don't honestly know. The shot will have a little pinch like most shots, and just pulling the threads might be quicker, but it might hurt more at the beginning."
The girl pressed her lips together and looked over at her mother. "I think you should just let him pull the stitches," she said. "Okay, just be quick." The girl took a shaky breath and pulled her shoulders back, trying to be brave.
"I'll do my best."
Though he wouldn't feel the physical pain, Garrett braced himself as he gripped the next string with his tweezers. He didn't want to miss and cause her unnecessary pain. He pulled the first one, wincing a little as the girl yelped, but he barely paused as he moved to the next one and tugged it out. A second later, they were all out. The girl's finger was pink, but she had only yelped once more.
"Okay, all done."
"You're finished?" she asked, her voice hitching slightly.
"Yep. You were very brave, but I am sorry that it hurt more than it should have."
She stared at her finger and shook her head. "I'm never going to do anything to need stitches again."
"That sounds like a good idea."
He smiled at the girl and then looked up to her mother.
"I'll send the nurse in with your paperwork, and then you'll be free to go."
"Thank you." Garrett dropped off that chart at the station and grabbed the next one. Possible dislocated shoulder. It was shaping up to be a pain-filled day for his patients. At least this one was older. Ryan Ziegler was a teenaged boy. Although as tall as he wouldn't be considered a pediatric patient for much longer.
"Hey, Ryan, I hear you dislocated your shoulder. Want to tell me what happened?"
The boy shook his head. "Man, it was so dumb. I was playing basketball, and I went up for the layup, and this dude shoved me. I landed hard on my shoulder, and pop, I felt it." "I told you playing basketball was dangerous." Garrett hadn't noticed the woman when he entered the room, but he turned his attention to her now. She sat in the chair farthest across the room, a slight scowl on her face, and her eyes glued to her phone. He assumed she was the mother, though she was much shorter than the boy, and she didn't seem too concerned about his pain. Ryan rolled his eyes.
"You say every sport is dangerous, Ma. If I listened to you, I'd never play anything."
"You'd also be in less pain," she said, barely looking up from her phone. Garrett tried not to judge. He didn't know her story. Maybe she'd had a long day and was just decompressing. Or maybe Ryan had been injured a lot and she'd stopped freaking out long ago. Still, Garrett felt for the kid. He realized some of it was just the generation these parents were born in, but it had to be hard on a kid to be in pain and not be more important to his mother than an electronic device.
"Okay, well, it looks pretty swollen, so let's see how bad it is."
He helped the boy remove his shirt, apologizing with every wince. It was a necessary evil, though, so he could examine the shoulder better. With gentle fingers, Garrett inspected the shoulder, trying to determine if a closed reduction would be enough or if Ryan would need surgery.
"Well, the good news is that it looks pretty minor. I'll need to manipulate it back into place, and you'll need to wear a sling for a few weeks. Ice and rest, understand?"
Ryan rolled his eyes, but he nodded.
"Yeah, I hear ya."
"Don't worry, Doctor. I'll make sure he follows your directions," the mother said, once again glancing up briefly from her phone. Somehow, Garrett doubted that she would be great at getting him to follow directions. So he turned his attention back to the teen.
"I know it's no fun, but if you don't listen to me, then it might get worse and need surgery. You want to heal faster, you let it rest. Now, I can't guarantee this won't be a little painful, so would you like a numbing shot?" "Nah, man, I'm good. Just get it back in." "You got it."
Garrett wondered if he'd been as stubborn and macho as Ryan was trying to be when he was younger. Probably. It was a pretty common teenage boy affliction, invincibility syndrome. In his day, they'd called it the Superman complex. But he had to give it to the kid. He didn't cry or scream when Garrett worked on the shoulder until it popped back into place.
"You're a tough guy, Ryan. Good job. I'll send the nurse in with the paperwork and you can be on your way."
"Finally," the woman said with a sigh. Garrett kept his opinions to himself until he was out of the room and out of earshot, but then he couldn't help mumbling about the situation. "Everything okay?" Renee asked as he handed her the chart.
"Yeah, just dealing with a mom in there who couldn't seem to be bothered to look up from her phone. Rubbed me wrong, I guess."
Renee flashed him a sympathetic smile. "I can understand that. Do you need any help with her? Want me to play bad cop?" Before he could think about it, a grin broke out on his face. He hadn't been expecting those words to come out of her mouth, nor could he picture her laying the law down for this woman.
"No, I think it's good, but thank you for the offer."
She shrugged and smiled mischievously at him. "Anytime. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I can be as scary as Yolanda when I want to be." Chuckling, Garrett grabbed his next chart and headed for that patient's room. He doubted that Renee could ever be as formidable as Yolanda, but he sure wouldn't mind watching her try. The rest of his shift flew by, and before he knew it, it was 7 o'clock. He filled out his last chart and then headed to the staff area to grab his personal items. "There you are. You ready?"
"Yep, all set."
Garrett slung his bag over his shoulder and followed her out of the staff lounge and to the elevators. Though he had expected to hear some hushed whispers as they walked out together, it seemed everyone was too busy to pay attention to them, which was quite all right with him.
"Do you mind if we take my truck so I can drive?" he asked when they reached the parking lot. "It helps me remember the layout."
"Of course," Renee said. "As long as you promise to bring me back here. I don't want to be stranded somewhere."
"I would never do that,"
Garrett said, taken aback until he looked at Renee and realized she was kidding.
"Oh, ha ha. Maybe you deserve to be left after that."
She smacked his arm playfully, and Garrett opened the passenger door for her. It was nice having someone to banter with after a long day, and it was extra nice that she understood the pressures he faced every day. As soon as she was situated, he climbed into the driver's seat.
"Thank you for offering to show me around town. I'm sure my brother would have gotten to it eventually, but he's a cop, so he's a little busy. It's nice to have a guide who knows where everything is."
Renee smiled up at him as she clicked her seatbelt into the buckle. "You bet. I remember when I first moved here and I was so lost. I had to learn everything on my own, and it took me quite a while."
"Where did you move from?"
Garrett fastened his own seatbelt and started the truck. "Texas." Renee turned away from him and looked out the window. "It was a long time ago, though." He glanced up at the laconic tone to her words. What had happened to her in Texas to make her move? His curiosity wanted him to ask, but he could tell from her stiff posture that she probably wouldn't divulge that information today. "If you go right," she said, when he reached the parking lot exit, you'll hit the business district. There aren't a lot besides warehouses and commercial buildings, but it's worth knowing what's out here. Unfortunately, it's one of the shadier parts of town, so I wouldn't park your car here long, and I wouldn't come at night.
Are you saying Fire Beach isn't safe?
He knew every place came with both its good and bad, but Clay had said nothing about excessive crime here. He'd have to ask him later. Not unsafe exactly, but you know how it is. There are parts of every town that are safer than others. This just happens to be our more unsafe side of town. As he drove slowly through the commercial area, she pointed out various warehouses, a few banks, and large retail stores. Then she indicated for him to turn right again. If you follow this road, it leads to the beach, but we won't go that far.
Is it a nice beach? Garrett asked, straining to see it from their current position. He was looking forward to going to the beach when the weather warmed up.
Yeah, but the weather isn't always great, so it doesn't get as much use as beaches in California or Florida.
Or Texas, he offered, hoping to at least find out where in the big state she'd lived. She glanced over at him as if she knew he was digging for information.
I wouldn't know. I lived in the central part of Texas. No beaches where I lived. In fact, there was very little water at all, except for one lake that would notoriously flood the streets every time we had a large rainfall.
Well, that doesn't sound like fun. A soft chuckle escaped her lips and she shook her head.
It wasn't. Made driving through town tricky. I remember one time in high school it was so bad I could feel the water lapping against the bottom of my car. That was a little scary.
I bet.
The scenery outside the window began to change, and soon smaller businesses and restaurants lined the streets. Welcome to the main downtown, she said, as he slowed the truck to take all the stores in. There are, of course, other areas with stores and restaurants as the town keeps growing. But this was the main part of the town for years, and it still kept that charm.
This is amazing.
The streets had a small-town feel, even though the town of Fire Beach was quickly outgrowing that classification.
Do they decorate for the holidays and have festivals and things?
It was one thing he always wanted to see. Chicago decorated, but it was never that small-town feel, and he'd always wondered what it would be like. Renee smiled. Yeah, they really do it up at Christmas. There's an ornament scavenger hunt, an Advent challenge, and of course, pictures with Santa. In the summer, there are street fairs and kite festivals.
I hope I get to see some of those, he said, as he flashed her a warm smile.
And though he didn't say it, he wondered if he might get to attend those events with her.
Oh man, he should not be thinking about spending Christmas with her.
He wasn't even dating her.
Yet. But he could feel his resolve to not date her crumbling. She was so patient and kind and pretty. And yes, he'd said he wouldn't date a coworker again for a reason. But Carrie hadn't been a believer, and Renee was. Plus, he'd been praying about the situation the last few nights and hadn't received a no. Of course, he hadn't received a firm yes either, so he would continue to pray. If God wanted him to be with Renee, then he would make it clear. Garrett had no doubt. Suddenly, Renee gasped and he slammed on the brakes. His body flew forward and then back as the seatbelt kicked in and kept him in place. What the?
There's been an accident. Call 911. She pointed out the window briefly before racing out of the car. Garrett threw the truck in park before following suit, dialing the numbers on his phone as he jogged after her. 911, what's your emergency?
There's been an accident on... He paused and looked around for a road sign. He didn't know the road names well enough yet. Renee, what street is this?
Coral Street, she hollered back as she neared the first vehicle. Tell them the corner of Coral and Shelby." Garrett repeated the words into the phone for the operator and then detailed the scene to the best of his ability.
"It looks like a near head-on collision. One car is upside down and I can see at least 2 occupants. Unsure if there are any in the back seat. The other car seems to have swerved into a light pole. I see a driver, but can't see other occupants yet. I'm a pediatric doctor at Fire Beach Hospital, and I have a nurse with me, but we're going to need at least 2 ambulances."
"Understand. Alerting departments now. Please give me as much information on the occupants as you can." Garrett jogged toward the car at the light pole first. A woman was in the driver's seat, but her eyes were closed and a trickle of blood ran down her temple.
"Ma'am, can you hear me?"
He leaned in to feel for a pulse, sighing in relief when he found one. It was thready, but there.
"Okay, 1 adult passenger in the vehicle by the light pole, woman, appears to be mid-30s. She has a clear head injury and is unconscious. Pulse is thready."
He scanned the car and sucked in a breath.
"I see a car seat. Checking on the baby now."
He tugged on the back door. It resisted initially, but after a few tugs, he managed to get it open. Leaning across the seat, he pulled back the cover on the car seat. Inside was a baby who couldn't be more than 3 months old. Her eyes were closed, and he felt desperately for a pulse. At his touch, the baby opened her eyes and began to cry.
3 to 4-month-old baby in the back. Appears responsive. Unsure of injuries, but the back doesn't seem to have sustained as much damage.
"Thank you. Can you tell me about the other occupants?"
"Yes, hold on."
He touched the baby's head.
"It's okay, little one. I'll be right back."
Though he didn't want to leave the baby, he jogged over to Renee and the other vehicle to pass along the information. 2 teenagers, she said, shaking her head. Neither are responsive. He relayed the information to the dispatcher and then inserted his earbuds so he could have both hands free.
"There's a mother and baby in the other car. Mother is also unresponsive. Can these 2 be moved?"
Renee shook her head. "I'd like to wait for a backboard. I don't know what condition they're in." Garrett took a moment to examine the car and sniff the air. When he was satisfied there was no gas leak or risk of explosion, he nodded.
"Okay, I'm going to go back and check on the baby. Holler if you need anything before the ambulance arrives."
Renee issued a single nod and squatted down again to continue monitoring the situation. Garrett jogged back to the other car and wrestled the car seat out of the back. The baby was still crying, but he was hoping to calm her down with movement. "My baby, is she okay?" Garrett turned to the mother in the front seat, who was now somewhat conscious and struggling to unbuckle herself. He reached his free hand in.
"Shh, she's fine. I've got her right here, but I don't know the extent of your injuries, so please don't move until the ambulance gets here."
The woman was clearly suffering from shock as she shook her head and continued to fumble with the latch. "No, I have to get her."
"Hey, what's your name?" "My name is Dr. Young. I'm a pediatric doctor, and I promise I won't let anything happen to your baby."
The baby's cries began to quiet as he continued to swing the car seat softly. "Megan," the woman said. "My name is Megan. Do you promise to take care of her? She's all I have."
"I promise. Listen, she's quieting down already."
The baby's cries slowed as they turned into soft whimpers, and then the sound of the approaching siren filled the air.
"You hear that? That's the ambulance. We'll get you taken care of, and then you can be with your little girl at the hospital, okay? Can you tell me what happened?"
"The other car came out of nowhere. I was paying attention, but suddenly I saw them and there was no time to think. I swerved, hoping to avoid the collision, but I guess I didn't do that very well."
"Hey, you did great. The car wasn't so lucky, but I think you and your girl will be just fine."
The ambulances rolled to a stop and 2 EMTs hurried in his direction. Garrett rattled off what he knew and then stepped back to let them assess the situation. He looked down at the car seat and shook his head at the beautiful baby who had somehow fallen back asleep even among the noise and flashing lights. Renee appeared at his side a moment later. "How is your car?"
"Mom suffered a head injury, but the baby seems okay. How about yours?"
She sighed and looked back to the car where the EMTs were working on pulling the occupants out. "Don't know. Smelled like liquor in the car, so they were probably drunk. Found a pulse on both, but they were weak. We'll have to see."
"I'd like to head back to the hospital with mine and check the baby myself. Do you think you could follow in my truck?"
Renee nodded and looked back toward his truck. There was no crowd yet, but she had no doubt one would be forming soon. "Yeah, I'll follow the ambulances. I'm sorry our tour got cut short." Garrett shook his head.
"It's not your fault, and we can finish it later. I'm glad we were here, though."
"Me too." Their gazes locked for a moment, and Garrett felt his heartbeat quicken. Renee was not only beautiful and fun, but she was a calm head in a crisis, something he considered a requirement, especially in his line of work. In fact, she was checking off every one of his boxes, and he couldn't help but feel that perhaps this was God showing him it could work with her. "We're loading up the woman," the EMT said, grabbing Garrett's attention. "You want to come with the baby?"
"Yes, please. I'd like to check her out more closely at the hospital."
"Let's go then." Garrett glanced back at Renee, but she nodded and motioned for him to go.
"I'll see you there," he said, before climbing into the back of the ambulance.
As the doors shut, Garrett looked back toward Renee. He didn't know why, but he wished she were with him now. Chapter 7. Renee. It felt weird driving his truck, not because she couldn't, but because it felt oddly intimate, like they were dating. Not that she wouldn't mind dating him, and of course it couldn't be helped. He couldn't leave his truck there with no way to get back to it, and she needed to get back to the hospital to get her car. But if anyone saw her driving his truck, it would definitely fuel some rumors. She hoped he was ready for them. The ambulances were still parked outside the emergency room doors when she pulled in, but as she hadn't been far behind them, she didn't think they'd be there much longer. She pulled into a space and made sure to lock the truck before heading in. The hospital was a safe place most of the time, but it would be just her luck that Garrett's truck would get stolen if she left it unlocked. The ER was bustling with its usual activity as she stepped inside. Riley loved the nonstop action, but Renee would be exhausted if she had to work there every day. She was exhausted just watching them run back and forth across the room, and she wondered if the nurses ever got to sit down. "Are you on tonight, Renee?" The voice came from Anne, the head nurse. She was not quite as formidable as Yolanda, but she was close. At nearly 6 feet and with fiery red hair that she kept pulled back in a tight ponytail, she was definitely imposing. Her green eyes were sharp, and it always felt a little like she was trying to see into your soul when she looked at you. But she was nice. Mostly. "No, I was with Dr. Young at the accident that just came in. Any word on the victims?" Anne pursed her lips. Normally, Anne would tell her nothing, as she wasn't family, but Renee had been on scene, and that made it different. "Mom is about to go in for x-rays. Baby seems okay, but Dr. Young is still assessing her in room 4. "And the teenagers?" Renee almost didn't want to ask. They'd clearly been drinking, and while that sometimes helped a body stay relaxed in an accident, it could lead to a lot of other issues. Anne shook her head. "Nothing yet. They're still being examined." Renee had been hoping for better news, but it was what she had expected. "Thank you. Can I go see Dr. Young?" Anne motioned for her to go ahead before she hurried off to divert another disaster. That woman must survive on caffeine and energy drinks. Renee began to make her way to room 4, dodging a gurney and 2 nurses. But before she reached the curtain, a hand landed on her arm and the smell of alcohol filled her nose. "Can I just get some coffee?" the man asked, his words slurring. Renee looked around for some help as she didn't know where this man was supposed to be, nor did she think they were handing out coffee in the ER. "Edward, there you are. You've got to stay in your room." A nurse that Renee didn't recognize appeared and grabbed onto the drunk man's arm. Renee flashed her a grateful look as she led him away. This place was hectic. She would take her pediatric floor any day. With a sigh of relief, she pulled open the curtain to room 4 and Garrett looked up. "Oh, good. You made it. I guess the truck didn't give you any issues." Issues? His truck seemed fairly new. What issues could it have? "Not a one. Does it give you issues?" He shrugged. "Sometimes, in the mornings when it's cold." "Well, that's like every car ever. How's the baby?" "She looks good." He returned his attention to the baby. "The wonder of car seats will never cease to amaze me. I don't think she even suffered a bruise." The image of the mangled car flashed into Renee's mind, causing her to shudder. It really was amazing that the baby hadn't been injured. "That's good to hear. The head nurse said Mom is getting x-rays?" "Yeah, they wanted to be sure there were no surprises with her head wound, but they sounded optimistic that her injuries were minor and she'd make a full recovery." God is good. A soft sigh spilled from her lips as her gaze traveled to the ceiling. Renee knew God wasn't in the ceiling, and honestly, she wasn't even sure heaven was in the sky. But it was what she was taught growing up, and it was a familiar and comforting motion. Garrett smiled at her words and then gently lifted the baby. "Okay, little one, let's get you settled in with a nurse until your mommy returns." He grabbed the carrier that she hadn't even noticed on the floor and placed the baby inside. The image was so sweet that Renee could almost hear her maternal clock ticking. He would make a great father. And now her cheeks felt like they were on fire. Hopefully he wouldn't notice. "Let me get her secured with a nurse and we can go," he said, hefting the carrier like it was no heavier than a box of tissues. It might not be that heavy to him, but it was weighty enough to make his bicep bulge and her eyes fixated on the sight. "You okay?" "What? Oh, yeah, I'm fine." Except for the fact that she had not only ogled her coworker, but also pictured him as the father of her children in the last 5 minutes. "You sure? Your face looks a little red." The corners of his lips quirked up just enough that she realized he was teasing her. He might not know what was in her head, but he clearly caught her salivating over his muscles. It was not a good look for her. "I'm fine. It's just hot in here." That was not a lie. The pediatric floor was almost always a comfortable 70 degrees, but the ER was stifling. It was probably due to the sheer number of bodies shoved in there and the fact that most of them were constantly moving. But it was one more reason Renee was glad she didn't work there daily. "Yeah, it is. Okay, let's get her situated and get out of here." It took a moment to find a free nurse and for Garrett to rattle off the information, but finally they headed out the ER doors and back into the cooler night air. Renee handed him the truck keys. "Well, that was eventful, wasn't it?" he asked, as she led the way to where she parked. "That's how it is around here sometimes." "But not always, right? I was kind of hoping for a slower pace when I left Chicago." "Why did you leave Chicago?" She shot a side glance at him as she posed the question. He tensed, only for a minute, but it made her curious. "My life in Chicago was pretty messy. I didn't let God lead, and so when I had the opportunity to start fresh, I took it."
He led me here. It helped that my brother lives here too.
I know how that goes. I left Texas for pretty much the same reason. I'm really glad he led you here. They hadn't gotten to talk much in the last few days, but it hadn't dulled her attraction to him one bit. As she looked at him now, she couldn't help wondering what it would be like to kiss him. His lips were thin, but not so thin they seemed to disappear like some men's did, and they looked so soft and kissable.
Me too.
He stared at her for a moment and pressed his lips together. Was he going to ask her out?
Would you like a ride to your car?
Renee swallowed her disappointment and shook her head. No, I'm just parked over there. I'll be fine. See you tomorrow?
Absolutely.
As Renee walked to her car, doubts surfaced in her mind. Was she misreading the situation with Garrett? There were definitely times when he looked at her that he seemed interested, but maybe not. Maybe she was seeing it because she wanted to be seeing it, and not because it was really there. Lord, please show me what to do. Chapter 8. Garrett.
Morning. You have a little time before work today.
Clay's voice echoed in the quiet kitchen as Garrett stepped through the doorway. Early morning sunlight cast a warm glow on the wooden floor at his feet. Garrett glanced at his watch.
Yeah, I have a little time. What's up?
He glanced toward the coffee machine, dismayed to see it empty and off. He could have used some this morning. With a grin, Clay took a final bite of his breakfast, then pushed himself up from the table.
I want to take you to a new coffee shop that just opened. They make the best coffee.
The mention of coffee sparked a subtle excitement in Garrett's tired eyes. This conversation might sound peculiar if it were with anybody else, but Garrett just chuckled. He and Clay had been coffee drinkers since high school, and somewhere along the way, they had taken up the habit of critiquing coffee. So when one of them discovered a noteworthy coffee shop, it became mandatory that the other try it to either agree or disagree. If the other brother agreed, it was added to their list of good coffee shops. They had done this often until distance separated them, and Garrett realized he had missed it.
Well, I haven't had my coffee yet, so let's see what they've got.
Garrett smiled as he followed his brother out of the kitchen. The prospect of trying a new coffee place with Clay brought back a sense of camaraderie that the previous distance between them had dulled. As they both had to get to work right after, they took separate cars, which gave Garrett plenty of time to ruminate on the previous night with Renee as he followed Clay. Her hand had been so close to his as they drove through town, and the sweet fragrance of her hair had filled the truck. It still teased his memory because he could swear he could still faintly smell it now. Was it weird to hope it lingered? Probably. He should just suck it up and ask her out. It was clear his feelings for her weren't going away. If anything, they were getting stronger. He pulled into the coffee shop behind Clay. Frosty Brews. He supposed it was a good name, though the building itself was a little plain. As he stepped out of the truck, though, he could smell the aroma of coffee in the air. That was a very good sign.
You smell that?
Clay asked, a wide smile playing on his face.
This place might be at the top of our list.
Garrett wasn't so sure about that. It would take a lot for this place to rank that high for him. Chicago was much bigger than Fire Beach, and they had a plethora of amazing coffee places. So the current number one for him was a shop that used to be around the corner from his apartment there.
I guess we'll see.
Clay opened the door and Garrett stepped inside. It was like stepping into another world. The exterior of the place might be plain, but the interior was warm and cozy. Instead of the normal table and hard chair setup in most restaurants and coffee shops, This place had couches surrounding tables. Lamps that appeared to have wooden shades hung from the ceiling in different shapes and sizes, giving the room an eclectic feel. And at the back, he spied a bookshelf and a few plump chairs as if it was a reading corner. "Hi, welcome to Frosty Brews. What can I get you?" The pretty woman behind the counter greeted them with a smile. She had flawless olive skin and dark curly hair that was half pulled up, leaving a few dark tendrils to curl around her face. The name tag on her shirt read Julia. Clay stepped up and grinned at her. "What do you recommend?" Julia tilted her head and stared at him as if she could tell his coffee preference if she looked hard enough. "For you, I would recommend the Colombian blend with a shot of chocolate." Not usually one for flavor in his drinks, Garrett was surprised when he agreed. "I'll just have the Colombian blend with room for cream and sugar." "Are you sure you don't want to hear my suggestion?" Julia asked as one eyebrow arched. What was this? A coffee shop or a fortune teller? "You're welcome to tell me your suggestion, but I like my coffee to taste like coffee, so I'm not really big on additional ingredients." "Don't worry, I could definitely tell that. But I do think you would enjoy our vanilla bean bourbon coffee, with room for sugar and cream," she added. Clay nudged him in the shoulder and shot him a pointed look. Was he here for the coffee or the woman? "Come on, Garrett, be adventurous." "I am adventurous. I'm a doctor, remember?" Clay often dismissed his profession as lacking adventure, but he'd never had to remove Legos or pebbles from a toddler's nose. "A doctor who is not willing to try something new?" Julia asked, her eyebrow lifting again. "This I have never heard of." "Don't mind him." Clay leaned in and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "He's never been great at trying new things. I moved here, didn't I?" Clay shrugged and Garrett rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'll try the bourbon coffee as long as there's no actual liquor in it. I cannot be drunk on shift, not even a little bit." Julia's lips pulled into a sly smile that Garrett didn't really trust. "You will not be disappointed. You go find a seat and I will bring them out to you." Unusual, but okay. Garrett followed Clay to a table away from the window but facing the door. As a cop, Clay didn't like to sit with his back to the door, so Garrett took that seat, even though it wasn't his favorite either. "She seems interesting," he said as they sat down. Clay glanced over his shoulder to make sure his words weren't overheard and then leaned in. "I think she likes you." "What? She just met me. She was just being nice." Clay's knowing grin persisted and he shook his head. "She wasn't that nice to me the first time I came in." "Yeah, well, maybe it's the uniform. You know how some people are nervous around cops." "Maybe." He looked back toward the counter and then grinned at Garrett. "Would you ask her out if she was interested, though?" "I don't know. I mean, she seems nice and she's definitely pretty, but..." Garrett let the words trail off as he realized what he was about to say. "But what?" Clay asked, leaning forward, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Nothing." Garrett shook his head, hoping Clay would drop it, though he was nearly positive he wouldn't. Part of what made Clay a good cop was that he was observant and determined. "No, there's definitely something." Clay's perceptive gaze locked onto Garrett for a second, and then his eyes widened. "It's that woman from work, isn't it? The nurse you said you wouldn't date." He grinned knowingly and shook his head. "You're changing your mind, aren't you?" Before Garrett could respond, Julia appeared at the table and set down the drinks. "Enjoy," she said, holding his gaze for a few seconds before returning to the counter. Garrett picked up the coffee and sniffed it. He was not a big vanilla fan, but this actually smelled okay. Lifting the cup, he took a tentative sip, surprised to find it wasn't half bad. "This is actually pretty good." "Told you," Clay said with a smug smile. "But don't think the coffee arriving is going to save you from my question. Are you thinking of changing your policy for this nurse?" Garrett sighed. "I don't know. Maybe. I just can't seem to stop thinking about her, and she's so calm and collected." "She's a nurse. She's supposed to be, right?" "Yeah, but there's something different about her. She didn't hesitate to jump out and help when we witnessed the accident." Clay's brow furrowed in confusion. "Wait, what accident? At the hospital? What was she jumping out of?" "No, not at the hospital." He should have kept his mouth closed, but it was too late now. "She was giving me a tour of the city last night and we came across this wreck. She was amazing." Clay rolled his eyes. "So why don't you ask her out already?" "Because you know what happened last time." "I've already told you that girl was crazy, and you're not the same person you were last time," Clay said, and took a sip of his coffee. "You've turned back to God, so have you prayed about it?" Garrett nodded. "I have, but I don't really know what answer I've gotten." "Well, if you haven't gotten a no, then maybe that is your answer," Clay said, and Garrett couldn't help feeling that maybe he was right. Chapter 9. Garrett. He didn't have time to stop. He knew he didn't. The coffee stop had made him a little later than normal, but he couldn't just leave the woman stranded on the side of the road. His mother had raised him better than that. Slowing his speed, he maneuvered to the side of the road, just in front of the broken-down car. The hood was open, and though no smoke billowed out, the woman stood at the front of the hood unmoving. Garrett didn't know if she was simply studying the problem or if she had no idea what the problem was, but he was betting on the latter. He killed his own engine and then stepped out of his car, careful to check for traffic first. The last thing he needed was to get injured on his way to work. "Can I help you?" he asked, when he was close enough for the woman to hear him. Not knowing how she might react to his presence, he didn't want to startle her. Women in Chicago had often been leery of strange men approaching them, so he kept his distance until she invited him over. Her dark hair was pulled back in a low ponytail, but it swirled about her as she turned to face him. For a second, he froze. "Renee?" Well, if this wasn't a sign, he didn't know what was. She couldn't have known he was going to pass her or be the one to stop, could she? "Dr. Young?" She looked as shocked to see him as he was to see her. "How did you—" "I didn't know it was you," he said, then shook his head. "Not that I wouldn't have stopped if I had. Oh man, that is not—" He blew out a frustrated breath. "Never mind. Can I help?" "I don't know. Do you know anything about cars?" Her voice held a note of frustration and the tremulous shake of a woman trying to control her emotions. "Not much," Garrett said apologetically as he stepped closer. He knew the basics, how to change a tire, how to jump a battery. He could probably even add windshield wiper fluid and change the oil. But the finer points of why a car wasn't running was probably beyond him. Cars had never been his passion. "But I'd be happy to take a look." Renee sighed. "I can't believe this is happening today. Yolanda is going to have my hide for breakfast." Garrett stepped closer to the car to peer into the engine compartment. "You can't get in trouble for something that's not your fault." Renee chuffed and shook her head. "Maybe you can't, but we can. Yolanda runs the ship, and it doesn't really matter why we're late. Dead is about the only excuse she'd actually take.
Well, I can give you a ride to work if I can't get the car working again.
That would be amazing. I can probably find a ride home after work if I have to. It's not like I have much of a life outside work. It's just me right now. I mean, I have a roommate, but no. She trailed off, and he glanced up at her, pressing his lips together to keep from smiling as a pink blush spread across her cheeks. Did she realize she was rambling? I mean, I don't even have a pet.
Me either, he said with a soft chuckle. I looked after a friend's pet for a week once and realized it's a lot harder than it seems. I'm lucky I didn't kill that dog. He was alone so much.
Exactly. Our schedules certainly don't make owning a pet easy. Or dating. I mean, most people don't understand our job, how intense it is, how we might need to decompress when we get home. Garrett glanced up at her again, sure that this was her subtle way of flirting with him. But she wasn't looking at him. Instead, she was looking down at her hand. Her left hand. Had she been married before and maybe divorced over her schedule? Or maybe an engagement that had fallen apart?
Yeah, our jobs do make it tough to have a relationship.
At least it seemed she understood that concept too. A small, sad smile split her lips. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a downer. So, any thoughts on the car? Garrett didn't know why he'd even offered to look. He had no idea what he was looking for.
Was there any noise or indication before the car stopped? A sound? An alarm? Smoke?
She didn't seem like a flighty woman who would fail to notice a car was low on gas, but he wanted to cover all the bases. She lifted her eyebrow in a "you've got to be kidding" expression. No, the car had plenty of gas, if that's what you're getting at. There was no smoke either, just a sputtering sound, and then it stopped. He looked back at the engine and then up at her sheepishly.
Okay, I have no idea what's wrong, but I'm happy to take you to the hospital.
But what do I do about my car? I can't just leave it here, can I? Garrett shrugged.
Well, you could, but I'm not sure I'd suggest it. Do you have AAA? They could tow it to a shop for you.
I think so, but don't I have to be here for them to tow it?
Not if you're a member. Why don't you grab whatever you need from the car and you can call them on the way? If we're much later, Yolanda might have my hide too.
Renee laughed and shook her head. You're right about that. That woman may be small, but she is fierce. Renee grabbed her items from her car, slung her bag over her shoulder, and locked the door. Okay, I'm ready. Thanks again for the lift.
You bet.
The ride to the hospital was quiet, but not entirely uncomfortable. When they pulled into the parking lot, though, his stomach clenched. What if someone saw him giving her a ride? What if someone assumed they were together when they walked in together? The only thing worse than dating a coworker and being part of the gossip was being part of the gossip falsely. If you want, I can go in first or hang out for a few minutes so we're not seen going in at the same time, Renee said as he parked. He turned to her, chagrin etched across his face.
Am I that transparent? I'm sorry. I should probably explain.
She shrugged. You can if you want to, but I know how the rumor mill works, and you're new here. It makes sense that you wouldn't want rumors started about you in your second week.
But the third week would be okay?
He asked with a half smile. She grinned at him. Oh yeah, by the third week you will be old news. No one will even remember your name. He couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. Renee was not only beautiful, but funny too, and he felt his barrier begin to buckle.
You know what? I don't care what people think. This was innocent, and if they want to read more into it, that's their problem.
Why, Dr. Young, I had no idea you were such a rebel.
Actually, neither did I, so we better go before I change my mind.
Though Garrett expected whispers and pointing to start as soon as they walked in the hospital, he quickly realized two things. One, the hospital was busy, and most people didn't have time to give them a second glance, much less speculate on a possible relationship. Two, this probably happened on a regular basis. Doctors and nurses worked similar shifts, so it made sense they would walk in at the same time on occasion. Maybe dating a coworker wouldn't be so terrible here, especially if it were Renee, who seemed so genuine and kind. As they stepped out of the elevator on the pediatric floor, though, his attitude changed. Yolanda stood at the nurse's station, her hands on her hips, and an expression on her face that could melt an igloo in winter. "You two are late," Yolanda said when they reached her. Garrett sighed and shook his head.
We're sorry, Yolanda. Renee's car broke down and I happened to pass her. We got here as quickly as we could.
He glanced over at Renee and noticed that her head was down, her gaze fixed firmly on the floor. "Yeah, well, we got a call that there's an issue at the migrant camp with some of the children, and I'm sending you two, so drop your stuff and be ready to go in 5 minutes. As Garrett followed Renee to the staff area, he wondered what this migrant camp entailed. He'd seen stories on the news, but he hadn't actually been in one.
Have you ever been to the migrant camp?
He asked, when they were in the lounge and away from listening ears. She opened her locker and threw her stuff inside. "No, they only started showing up here a few months ago, but we didn't have enough shelter space, so they opened up a park. I've heard it can be dangerous, though, so I hope they're sending us with some protection." Garrett didn't think the hospital would send them anywhere dangerous, but then he remembered a time last year that he'd been sent to a multi-car pileup. That had definitely been dangerous, though for a different reason.
I'm sure it will be fine.
He put his own things away and then grabbed his coat. He wasn't sure it would really be necessary where they were going, but the white coat was pretty universally accepted as indicating a doctor, so maybe it would help. "You ready?" Renee asked after he shut his locker.
"I guess, though I have no idea what we're walking into."
She shrugged and led the way downstairs to the ambulance bay. They grabbed an emergency bag and then climbed into the back of the ambulance. A few minutes later, they stopped and the back doors opened. Garrett's eyes widened as he took in all the tents, the trash, and then the smell. Even though they were in the open air, there were so many people and so few bathrooms that it did little to mask the scent. "Are you the doctors?" a woman asked as she hurried over to them. She had no accent, so Garrett wondered if she were a local woman, perhaps a social worker or something.
"I'm Dr. Young, and this is Nurse Mackey."
"Great. I'm Maria, and I'll be your translator unless either of you speak Spanish." Garrett shook his head and saw Renee do the same. He'd taken Spanish in high school, but about the only thing he could remember was numbers, colors, and how to ask where the bathroom was. Maria nodded. "That's what I thought. Follow me. We've got a few kids with severe diarrhea." Garrett exchanged looks with Renee. Diarrhea could be nothing, a simple stomach bug, but with these conditions, it could also be a cholera outbreak. The first tent they entered held a boy of about 10. His eyes were sunken and his skin was ashy. His mother looked up as they entered, a worried expression on her face. Maria spouted off a stream of words to the woman, but all Garrett caught was his own name and the word for doctor.
"Can you ask her if he's been drinking or urinating?"
Garrett asked as he opened his bag and grabbed his stethoscope.
"And if I can listen to his heart with the stethoscope?"
Maria translated the words, and Garrett waited anxiously for the response. She said he has hardly had anything to drink, and she doesn't remember when he last moved, much less went to the bathroom. But yes, you can listen.
Garrett nodded and turned to Renee. Have Maria take you to the next kid. You know what you're looking for, right?
Renee paused as if pulling up the checklist in her mind. Sunken eyes, fatigue, irritability, thirst, and skin that doesn't bounce back, right?
That's right, along with dry mouth, little urination, low blood pressure, and irregular heartbeat.
Okay, got it. As Maria and Renee hurried out, Garrett placed the stethoscope in his ear and placed the other end on the boy's chest. Sure enough, the beat was off. He touched the boy's skin next and sighed when it remained sunken in. A cholera outbreak was not good, and he honestly wasn't even sure of the requirements. He did know that Yolanda needed to be informed, so while he waited for Maria to return to translate, he pulled out his phone and dialed the hospital. It took another minute to get connected to Yolanda.
Yolanda, we're going to be bringing some kids in, but I have a feeling we're dealing with a cholera outbreak here. Can you alert the authorities?
A cholera outbreak? Are you sure? We haven't had one of those in years.
I'm pretty sure. The conditions are pretty bad here, Yolanda. Few bathrooms and a lot of people shoved in a small space.
Okay, let me know how many are coming when you know. I'll alert the CDC.
Thanks.
As he ended the call, Maria and Renee returned. We checked on one other kid, not as bad as this one, but I'm pretty sure she has cholera too. Maria said there's at least one more.
Garrett nodded. Maria, can you tell the mother here that we need to take her son to the hospital immediately to get him the care he needs?
Maria translated and the woman responded. Though Garrett didn't know what she said, he could detect the fear in her voice and her demeanor. She agreed, but she said we need to hurry. Evidently the coyote who brought them is here in the camp, and he won't like it if they leave.
Okay, let's get going then.
Garrett scooped up the boy and headed to the ambulance.
I'll get him started on some fluids. Does the girl need to go too?
I think so, Renee said. She's in the next tent.
Garrett nodded. Call for another ambulance. I'll grab her once I get this guy set up.
Got it. As Renee and Maria headed off to check the other children, Garrett reached the ambulance and placed the kid on the gurney. His mother sat on the bench beside him, dividing her attention between the boy and the ambulance door. Garrett could feel her concern as he helped the EMT get the boy hooked up on some fluids.
Let them know to get him on electrolytes as soon as possible, he said, and have them check the mom too.
The EMT nodded and Garrett stepped out, closed the door and tapped it so the driver would know he was good to go. As he turned to go get the girl, something hit his nose and he stumbled back, his eyes watering. He touched his nose gently, unsurprised to see blood on his hand.
You will pay for that,
a deep voice said. Garrett looked up to see a large man a few feet away. He had tattoos on his face and down both his muscular arms. Though he appeared to be Hispanic, his English was good. This had to be the coyote.
I didn't steal them from you. They are going to the hospital. You have a cholera outbreak on your hands, and if that boy doesn't get treatment, he'll die.
The man stepped closer, and Garrett tried not to flinch. Though he worked out when he could, this man was much bigger and probably stronger than Garrett, but he didn't think showing weakness would be a good idea.
If he dies, I will hold you personally responsible. I'm going to do my best to make sure that doesn't happen.
And then he was going to do his best to get this kid and his mom away from this horrible man. The coyote looked like he was going to say more, but instead he shoved Garrett, knocking him to the ground, and then stomped away. Garrett wondered if Clay would be able to do anything about the man, and he made a mental note to ask him tonight. Picking himself off the ground, he hurried to get the girl before the man changed his mind and came back to finish
what he'd started.
Chapter 10. Renee. Renee followed Maria to the last tent. This child seemed to be in better shape than the girl she'd looked at previously, but she would still feel better if she were treated at the hospital. Thankfully, the woman seemed to understand and speak some English. "Your daughter is very sick. Can we take her to the hospital for treatment?" "Can I come with her?" the mother asked. "I've been suffering from the same thing." "Of course." Renee texted Yolanda to send another ambulance and then looked at the woman. "Do you think you can walk?" "I believe so," the woman said. She was a petite Hispanic woman, and Renee could tell she had once been pretty, but life hadn't been kind to her recently. Her hair hung in greasy strings around her face, and dark circles ringed her eyes. But there was something else. Something Renee couldn't quite put her finger on. As the woman grabbed a bag and shoved what little clothing they had into it, Renee gathered up the girl. She was probably about 6, but she felt much lighter. The girl was probably malnourished on top of suffering from cholera. Maria wrapped an arm around the woman, and they all exited the tent. As Renee stepped outside, she came face to face with Garrett and gasped. "What happened to you?" Garrett's nose was swollen and purple. Dried blood was caked underneath it, and the beginning signs of bruising under his eyes were popping up.
"I met the coyote. He wasn't happy we took the boy and his mother to the hospital. Are these two going back as well?"
"They are. I've already texted Yolanda to send another ambulance, and you're going to let me check that nose out when we get back."
"It's fine," he said. "I bet it's not even broken."
"That was not a request, doctor." Garrett sighed. She knew he wanted to act macho, but he also knew that she was right. A broken nose generally healed on its own, unless the break was bad enough to need surgery.
"Fine. I'll let you look at it after we get the kids taken care of. I want to make sure the boy we sent earlier has what he needs, since I think he was the worst case."
"Yeah, that's fine. I'll head back with these two." "Thank you both for coming," Maria said as they reached the ambulance.
"Yolanda will be alerting the CDC about the outbreak if they all test positive, which means the city will have to do something. But please let us know if any more kids get sick."
"I will." Garrett placed the girl in the ambulance, helped her mother in, and then climbed in. As it drove away, the woman placed a hand on Renee's arm. "How much longer before the next one arrives?" she asked, her eyes darting around. "Soon, I promise." The woman nodded, but her posture did not relax. Renee wasn't sure if it was because the woman didn't feel well, because she was worried about her kid, or if it was something else. A few minutes later, the last ambulance arrived, and when everyone was situated, they headed back to the hospital. The emergency room was bustling like normal as Renee called out instructions for the nurses who approached them. "Another one?" Anne asked. "Can't you take them upstairs?" "We don't have room upstairs." Renee knew their ward was pretty full, unless Yolanda had released some while they were gone. Besides, if the mothers are sick, they'll need treatment too. "Fine. I can't believe it could be cholera. I thought that was eradicated in the U.S. "You didn't see these conditions. Dr. Young even got punched by a coyote." "Yeah, I saw his nose. I'm assuming the coyote knows he brought them here?" "I don't know. Why?" Renee asked. She wanted to wash up, change her clothes, and check on Garrett, not talk about the coyote. "Because he might come here looking for them. After you fix up Dr. Young, send him to security so they at least know who they're watching for." "Will do. Do you know what room he's in?" "He's in 2. Anne pulled a bag from under the nurse's station and held it out to Renee. "Grab a pair of scrubs from our closet and clean up in our bathroom. Put your clothes and shoes in here until you can wash them." "Right." Renee took the bag and followed Anne's instructions. She didn't have another pair of shoes with her, but thankfully there were some booties in the closet, so at least she didn't have to walk around barefoot. When she was finished in the bathroom, she headed to room 2. Garrett sat on the bed, also wearing a new pair of scrubs and looking at his nose in the mirror.
Okay, it probably is broken, but I don't think it's that bad.
I'll be the judge of that. Lie back. She touched the outside of his nose gently. It wasn't the worst break she'd seen, but the cartilage was out of place. I'm going to need to shift this back into place. Do you want a numbing shot? Garrett shook his head.
No, just do it quickly. I'm sure Yolanda wants us back upstairs.
Okay. As quickly and painlessly as she could, Renee shifted the cartilage back into place, wincing as Garrett grimaced and his eyes began to water. All done. I just need to splint it. As she finished the splint, Garrett's hands grabbed onto hers.
Renee,
he began, but before he could say anything more, the curtain flew open and he dropped her hands. Sorry, are you guys almost done? We need this room, the nurse said, looking from Garrett to Renee and back again. If she suspected something, she kept it to herself. Not that there was anything to suspect, though Renee desperately wanted to know what Garrett had been about to say.
Yeah, we're good,
Garrett said, hopping off the bed and grabbing his bag. She had hoped he would finish whatever he'd been about to say as they walked to the elevator, but he didn't, and Renee wondered if he ever would. The elevator doors slid open, but as they stepped inside, Renee remembered Anne's words. She punched the button to hold the doors open and turned to him. Anne said you should report the coyote to security in case he shows up here. Garrett nodded.
Good idea. Will you tell Yolanda I'll be up as soon as I'm done?
Of course. Yolanda looked more harried than normal when Renee reached the nurse's station. We're back. The kids are all checked in at the ER and Garrett is on his way. He just had to stop at security first. Security? What for? Yolanda asked. He got punched by a coyote and Anne wanted him to fill security in just in case the guy decided to come here. Okay, well, we're a little behind because we were short-staffed, so can you do the intake in room 4? Of course. Renee had been hoping for a small break. She was starving. But that was the life of a nurse. You rested and ate when you could, and that did not mean right now. After a quick stop at the lounge to put away her bag of clothes and pull on her spare shoes, Renee stepped into room 4. A feeling of unease fell over her, and she glanced around the room for what might be causing it. But all she could see was the small boy in the bed who looked pale and miserable, and his mother who stood at the head of the bed, her hand smoothing his forehead. Good afternoon. I'm Nurse Mackie. What seems to be the problem today? Renee asked as she rolled the stool over to sit by the boy's bed. He woke up vomiting this morning and hasn't been able to keep anything down, his mother said. I see. And is anyone else in the family sick? No, I thought at first it was food poisoning, but then the rest of us would be sick, right? Most likely, but kids have smaller stomachs and sometimes things affect them differently. A cold shiver ran down Renee's spine, and she tried to shake it off. What was wrong with her? Does Tim have a history of getting sick like this? Renee would pull his medical records afterwards, but it was always good to ask first and hear what the parents said. Not really. He's generally a healthy boy. I mean, he gets sick every year when school starts, but that's pretty normal, right? Renee glanced up and flashed a small smile. It is. We see a lot of cases in September. How about mental issues? Has he been acting out at home or complaining of anything making him sad or depressed? Though she didn't look up, Renee saw the woman tense and another feeling of unease washed over her. He's told me there's a kid bullying him at school some days. But what does any of that have to do with him vomiting today? There was a slight defensive edge to the woman's voice. Maybe nothing, but we have to ask. Renee finished the history intake and then left the room. As soon as she was on the other side of the door, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. She could not explain it, but something hadn't felt right in that room.
"You okay?"
Garrett asked, approaching her. Evidently, he was done with security. Yeah, just got a weird vibe from that room.
"What's the complaint?"
Garrett stepped closer to her to see the history. Vomiting, and the kid is young. He didn't even talk. Mom seemed normal enough, but I'm telling you, something is off.
"Okay, I'll go in a second and see what I can decipher."
Thanks. Renee smiled up at him and then saw Yolanda out of the corner of her eye. I better get going. She hurried over to the nurse's station and filed the chart she'd just filled out. Then she grabbed the next one in line. It was several hours later when she got to sit down and take a break. Once in the lounge, she pulled out a snack and her cell phone. She needed to check on her car to determine if she needed a ride tonight. AAA had left her a message with the name of the shop they had towed her car to, so after listening, she dialed the shop. Hi, I'm Renee Mackey. My Mitsubishi Mirage was brought in this morning. Do you have an estimate on when it will be fixed?
"Let me check for you."
Renee chewed on her lip as she listened to the rustling of papers on the other end.
"Oh, here it is. It looks like it's a faulty crankshaft position sensor. It'll cost about $200, but we can have it ready tomorrow morning. Would you like for us to go ahead?"
$200? That was a huge chunk of change, and she knew she could probably do it herself for cheaper if she knew how, but she didn't, and she needed her car. Okay, yeah, go ahead. She'd just have to eat ramen the next few weeks or see if she could pick up a few extra shifts. The door to the lounge opened and she looked up to see Garrett enter.
"Oh, sorry. I didn't know anyone was in here."
It's okay. I was just calling about my car. They said it will be done tomorrow morning. I hate to ask, but I have something really important tonight. I don't suppose you could drop me off when you get off? If you can't, that's okay too. I'm sure I can find someone who can. Riley might be on. Garrett shook his head.
"It's fine. We probably get off about the same time. I'm actually glad I found you. I wanted to talk to you about Tim Boyer, the boy in room 4.
It took Renee a second to figure out who he meant, but then it clicked. The vomiting kid. Did you figure out what's wrong with him?
Not exactly. His blood test showed toxic chemicals, but at a low level. I'm going to give him some activated charcoal and discuss locking up chemicals at home. It's possible he accidentally got into something."
Possible? But you don't think so? Renee's interest was piqued. She had felt something was off in the room, but there had been a lot going on, too. Still, she trusted her gut, and her gut had sensed something.
"I don't know. I just got a weird feeling in that room, like something wasn't right."
I am so glad you felt the same way. That's exactly what I thought. I don't even know what wasn't right, just that something wasn't.
"Let's leave a note in the file. There isn't much else we can do. There's no history of abuse or even medical conditions like these. So we have nothing to tell CPS besides a feeling, and that's not enough to get anything done. I am going to add them to my prayer journal, though."
You keep a prayer journal?
"I do."
He crossed the room to sit beside her.
"I told you my life was pretty messy before I left Chicago. I wasn't really letting God lead, and when everything fell apart, I determined I was going to change that. The prayer journal is a good way to help me keep that promise."
I love that, she said, her throat constricting with emotion. He was looking at her in that way again, the way that made her think he was interested. Garrett, The lounge door opened, and Shonda, the new nurse, stepped inside. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting something? Not at all. Renee said with a sigh. My break is over anyway, so I better get back out there. Just before the door shut behind her, Renee chanced one more look back at Garrett. She wanted to invite him with her tonight, but what if he said no? Chapter 11. Garrett. Garrett hung up his lab coat and grabbed his keys. Give me just a second to grab my stuff and I'll be ready to go, Renee said breathlessly when she entered the lounge.
No hurry. I've got nothing on my to-do list tonight, so it's fine.
Thank you. I just didn't want to keep you waiting, but Yolanda wanted to make sure my last chart was filled out completely.
You seem like a good nurse. Why is she riding you so hard?
Oh, that's just how she is, Renee said, but she didn't look at him when she spoke, and he sensed there was more to the story than that. When she had her stuff gathered, they headed to the elevator and then toward the main door. Before they stepped outside, though, a woman stood and rushed over to them. Dr. Young! Garrett glanced over to see the woman from earlier, the one who had set the hairs on his neck on end, the one with the kid he felt had been poisoned.
Is Tim okay? He asked.
Oh, yes. She smiled at him and nearly purred the words. I just wanted to thank you again for taking such good care of him. I was hoping to buy you a cup of coffee. Her eyes shifted to Renee as if seeing her for the first time and narrowed.
Oh, there's no need for that. I was just doing my job.
It was more than that to me, and I'd really like to say thank you. Garrett was trying to be diplomatic, but the woman was insistent.
Well, you've said thank you, and unfortunately, hospital policy states we can't accept gifts from patients or their family.
He hoped being direct with her would put an end to the conversation. The woman's brow lifted as she looked at Renee again, and a look of disdain crossed her features. I see. Well, I won't keep you then. As she walked off, Renee turned to him. What was that about? He shook his head.
I don't know. She was friendly in the room, but not like that.
An involuntary shiver raced down his spine.
I hate to say it, but that woman gives me the creeps.
Renee let out a breath of relief. Me too. I'm so glad I'm not alone in that feeling.
Definitely not alone. There is something weird about that situation.
So we pray about it, Renee said, and then she paused. Speaking of prayer, the thing I'm doing tonight is a prayer and organizational meeting for a walk for life. I wanted to see if you might want to come. He couldn't believe she was asking him out, as he'd been struggling to do the same thing all day. Of course, a prayer meeting wasn't really a date, but still it was something outside of work they could do.
I'd like that.
When they reached his truck, he held the door open for her and then put the address for her church in his phone. As he pulled out of the hospital parking lot, Renee's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It's Riley. I wonder what she wants. She tapped the screen. Riley? What's up? What? Are you sure? No, I didn't. Hang on.
Everything okay?
Garrett asked, glancing over quickly to make sure she was all right. Riley says one of the moms from the camp is gone.
What? Is the kid gone too?
Test results weren't even back yet. Garrett didn't think anyone would release them until they were. No, just the mom. You didn't hear Yolanda mention anything about moving them, did you?
No, but is she sure the woman's gone? Maybe they just took her for tests.
Although Garrett couldn't imagine what tests they would need to take her from the room for. It wasn't like she needed x-rays or an MRI. Garrett doesn't know either, Riley, but let us know if you find her. Renee ended the call and sat in silence for a minute. Garrett could see her chewing on her lip from the corner of his eye.
"What are you thinking?"
What if she was trying to get away from someone at the camp? A sick feeling erupted in Garrett's stomach.
"Like the coyote?"
I can't think of any other reason a mother would leave her kid, can you? Garrett didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't come up with a better answer either.
"She must have known that her kid would be taken to CPS if she left. I can't imagine how hard that would be, but I guess she thought that would be a better option than staying with the coyote."
But Garrett, what if the coyote finds out? You said he threatened to kill you if they didn't come back, didn't you?
"Maybe he was all talk,"
Garrett said, though his nose told a different story. And if he wasn't? She asked.
"I'd already planned to talk to Clay about him tonight. I'll figure something out."
But he didn't know what, and now that he knew the woman was gone, he couldn't help feeling like his life was in danger. Though he kept his eyes peeled for any sign of someone following them, they reached the church without incident, and Garrett pulled into a spot near the front and by a light post. It wasn't dark yet, but it probably would be by the time they left, and parking in the light seemed a lot safer. Her church was a medium-sized building with 3 crosses on the roof. Cherry blossom trees dotted parts of the parking lot, and the grass that was visible was a bright green. He followed her into the building and to the large sanctuary, where a small group of others were already congregating. He was not normally a nervous person, but he realized the only person he knew here was Renee. To say he was out of his element was an understatement.
"Hey, Renee,"
one of the men said when they approached.
"Glad you could make it. Who's your friend?"
Garrett detected just the smallest hint of jealousy as the man looked at him, but he had nothing to worry about. At least not yet. Garrett and Renee hadn't even gone on a proper date.
"I'm Garrett Young. Renee and I work together."
"Oh, that's awesome," the woman with bright red hair said. "We're always happy to have new faces. I'm Stacy. This is Gabe, Tatiana, Rick, Misty, and Wade, our fearless leader."
"Nice to meet you all."
Garrett tried to commit their names to memory as they took their seats, but he doubted he would remember all their names.
"Okay, so our goal here is to pray for the center, and then get word out about the prayer walk on Saturday. So far, we only have about 20 people signed up to walk."
"I think the events last time scared a few away," Stacy said. Her eyes were the greenest Garrett had ever seen, and her red hair made her stand out, so it was easy to remember her name. He didn't know how old she was, but the dusting of freckles across her nose made her seem younger.
"What happened last time?"
he asked. "A few people who aren't very happy about the Roe v. Wade overturn decided to throw eggs and rotten vegetables at us," the blonde woman said. He thought her name was Misty.
"That's awful. Did you call the police?" "We did, but there wasn't much they could do," Wade said. "That doesn't sound right. My brother recently got hired to the 5 Beach PD. I'll ask him about protection." "That would be great," Wade said. "But protection or not, we're still going. What we will do is get some of the church security guards to come with us and at least walk on the outside to protect the women, so please let them know that."
"What if we combine the walk with a diaper drive or something?" Tatiana asked. Not only did she have light brown hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, but she had the slightest hint of an accent. Garrett wondered if she was of pure Russian descent. "That might discourage them from harassing us so much if they see we're doing something for the kids."
"That's not a bad idea," Wade agreed. "Do we have enough time to organize that for this one, though?"
"Well, we have some supplies in the pantry we could start with," Tatiana said.
"Okay, then you're in charge of that. See if we can get it set up in time, and if not, we'll definitely add it to the next time."
The group continued to hash out a few more details for the event, and then Wade closed the time in prayer. Garrett wouldn't be able to attend as he knew he had to work on Saturday, but he definitely planned to add them to his prayer journal to keep them in mind.
"Do you know where the center is?"
Garrett asked Renee as they headed toward the church exit after saying goodnight to the others.
"I'd like to see it in person."
"Sure, it's not that far." As they stepped out of the church, he scanned the parking lot. It was something he often did, a habit from Clay, but it felt even more important tonight with the woman missing. Would the coyote attack him if Renee was with him? He didn't know, but he didn't want to take the chance. He didn't think anyone had followed them from the hospital, but while nothing seemed amiss, he felt off, as if someone was watching him. He scanned the area again, but he couldn't see anyone. However, he made sure to lock the doors as soon as they were both inside. Then he followed Renee's directions to the center. The center was a small, nondescript building with no frills, but Garrett wondered if that worked in their favor. Without big signage, they were less likely to get targeted randomly, and it probably made the women who entered feel more comfortable as well. He parked next to Renee and climbed out of his truck. "They'll be closing soon," Renee said, glancing at her watch. "But I bet Becky would be happy to give you a quick tour."
"That would be great."
It wasn't necessary for him to pray for the center, but he was a visual person. The more he could see, the more he could picture it in his mind when he was praying. As they stepped into the center, a woman with curly auburn hair glanced up at them. Her eyes widened moments before a wide smile split her lips. "Renee Mackey, it's so good to see you. Are you coming to sign up for another volunteer shift?" "Soon, I promise. Tonight I'm here to introduce you to our new pediatric doctor, Dr. Garrett Young. He was hoping you could give him a tour." "Of course. You know I'd be happy to." Becky turned her attention to Garrett and extended a hand. She was one of those larger-than-life women. She was tall and wore bright colors. Though he'd never say it out loud, she looked like she'd never quite left the 80s. "Nice to meet you, Garrett. I'm Becky Starr. We don't have a huge center here, but we do what we can."
"Size doesn't matter as long as you're doing God's work," Garrett said with a soft smile. That was something he'd definitely had to learn.
"Ain't that the truth? Okay, well, follow me. Here we have our office. This is where we take most of our calls." As they stopped at the entrance, the phone rang, and the woman behind the desk picked it up. "Options Pregnancy Center, this is Myra. How can I help you?" The woman paused for a minute, and then her face paled and she hung up the phone, her hand shaking.
"Is everything okay?" Garrett asked.
"Yeah, just another angry caller. We've been getting a few every day. I'm sure they're harmless, they just shake me up a little."
"I'm sorry you have to deal with them, though,"
Garrett said. He turned to Becky.
"Have you thought about trying to trace the calls?"
She shook her head. "They don't usually stay on long enough for us to trace, but I do wish there was something we could do. We've lost a few of our volunteers from them." Garrett made a mental note to ask Clay if he knew of any recourse they could have, and then he followed Becky as she continued the tour. "These are our exam rooms," she said, pointing at the 4 doors down a hallway. All were open but one, so he assumed there was a patient in that one. "They aren't much to look at, but they do what we need them to." They were indeed basic rooms, but each contained an ultrasound machine, a computer, and a bed. And they were all painted a calming color. "And finally, we have our donation closet," Becky said, opening a door. This is where we keep diapers, wipes, blankets, onesies, all the things that a new mom would need." Before Garrett could say anything, a crash and the sound of glass breaking filled the air, followed by a scream. The three bolted to the main area to see what had happened. The woman from the office and one Garrett hadn't met stood in the foyer, trying to calm a young woman whose eyes were wide with fear. "It's going to be okay," Becky said, taking control of the scene. Her voice was surprisingly calm and even. "They're just trying to scare us. They won't really do anything." The terrified woman shook her head. "I have to go. It's not safe. You have to let me go." Becky stepped toward the woman. "I promise you that you're okay, but I understand if you need to leave. We'll be here when you feel comfortable returning." The girl looked toward the window and took a shaky breath. "Are you sure it's safe? I saw stories like this on the news, and sometimes they burned the centers." A flush of anger filled Garrett's stomach at the gaping hole in the window. It was clear that someone had thrown something through the front window. Thankfully, it was nothing lit or flammable, but it had definitely made a mess. Discreetly, he pulled out his phone and texted Clay to see if he could come. "I know that has happened, but never when people were inside. The police have been alerted and are no doubt on their way. They'll take care of this, and us, I promise." Garrett marveled at Becky's composure. He didn't know if the center had ever been attacked before, but her calm demeanor was a real testament to her strength. "Let me take you back to the room," Becky continued. "We'll get your ultrasound done quickly, give you all the information you need, and you'll be on your way before you know it." Though she still looked terrified, the girl nodded and walked with Becky and the woman Garrett didn't know. As they did, Garrett and Renee made their way over to the object that had broken the window. A brick. Go figure. Garrett was tempted to pick it up and throw it out of the center, but he knew it needed to be left alone so the cops could look for prints. Although he wasn't sure you could get prints off a brick. "I can't believe someone threw a brick in here knowing that people were inside. I mean, I know it's late and the parking lot isn't full, but our cars are out there as well as that woman's, Becky's, and the other employees. Someone could have been seriously hurt."
"Yeah, they could have. Thank God no one was."
Something on the brick caught Garrett's eye, and he leaned closer to examine it. It was only 3 letters, but it sent a chill down his back. Etched with a Sharpie or some other black marker were the letters D-I-E. The phone call from before jumped into his mind, and he wondered if they were connected. "Don't touch it." Garrett looked up at Becky, who had re-entered the room.
"I wasn't going to, but there's writing on the brick. Has this happened before?"
Becky walked closer and leaned down as well. She sighed deeply as she stood back up. "No, not here, but I have friends at other centers who have told me it's happening there, and the news isn't helping by showing stories of other center attacks. I think it's giving people courage to keep attacking centers since nothing is being done."
"So you've just had the phone calls then?"
"Yeah, and some nasty letters taped to the door, but this is the first episode of vandalism." "Do you think the brick is related to the phone call?" Renee asked Garrett. He shook his head.
"I don't know, but I'm hoping the cops can tell us."
As Becky sank down into one of the chairs and Renee sat beside her, Garrett pulled out his phone to see if Clay had texted back. The words, "They're in 5" were on his screen, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Clay would help. He was sure of it. "You okay?" Renee asked Becky. Becky sighed and rubbed a hand across her face. "Physically, yes, but mentally, I'm not so sure. I know we're doing the right thing here, but nights like tonight, I wonder if it's worth it." Though he didn't know her, Garrett's heart went out to the woman, and he crossed the room to join them. He couldn't imagine how hard it would be to put up with this every day. It had to be wearing Becky down. Renee reached for Becky's hands. "Hey, let's pray about it. He's in control, remember?" "Yeah, when things like this happen, it's hard to see that he's in control, you know?" Garrett understood exactly what Becky was saying. It was the same way he felt when they lost a child at the hospital. He trusted that God was loving and that all things happened for a reason, but sometimes he wished they could see more of his plan so they wouldn't feel so lost. Just as the women closed their eyes, red and blue lights filled the room. Garrett crossed to the door and pulled it open. He'd seen Clay in his uniform before, but somehow he looked different tonight.
"Whoa, what happened to your face?" Clay asked. "I'll tell you about it later. Thanks for coming, Clay." "No problem. I was in the area, but I'm surprised to see you here. Is this something else you'll tell me later?"
Garrett stared at his brother a moment before understanding hit him. Clay was asking if he was here with a woman. The absurdity of the thought would have made Garrett laugh if the situation weren't so serious.
"Yeah, I'll fill you in later."
He stepped back to allow Clay entrance.
"Good evening, I'm Officer Young," he said to Renee and Becky. "Can you tell me who's in charge?"
Becky stepped forward. "That would be me." Clay nodded and pulled a notepad and pen from his pocket.
"I'm sorry to hear about your trouble. Can you tell me what happened tonight?"
As Becky filled him in, Renee stepped closer to Garrett. "Is that your brother?" she whispered. Garrett nodded.
"I texted him and he happened to be in the area, so he took the call." "Can I see the brick?"
Clay asked when Becky finished. Becky led him over to it, and he whipped out a Ziploc bag and some gloves. Careful to touch only the edge, he picked the brick up and dropped it in the bag.
"I'll take this to the lab and see if they can find anything, but I don't want you to get your hopes up. Bricks are pretty porous and therefore not great at retaining fingerprints."
"I understand," Becky said, her voice filled with resignation. Clay stepped toward the window next and inspected the damage.
"Do you have any outside surveillance cameras?"
"We do. We had to install them a few months ago when our women were being harassed on their way in."
"Great. Can I see the feed and see if it's worth obtaining?"
"Of course." As Becky took Clay back to the office, Renee turned to him. "Help me look around for some cardboard and duct tape. It won't be much, but at least it will keep some of the chill out until she can get the window replaced."
"Good idea."
They scoured the center and managed to find a stack of broken-down boxes in the break room. The woman who had been answering phones in the office found them tape, and they returned to the window. Just as they finished taping the cardboard over the hole, Becky and Clay re-entered the room.
"Thank you for the footage,"
Clay said, lifting the Ziploc bag.
"I'll do what I can."
"Thank you," Becky said. "We appreciate anything you can do." Clay flashed Garrett a short nod and a look that said he'd want an explanation later, and then he got in his patrol car and drove away. "I'm sorry this happened tonight," Becky said. "What a way to make an impression, huh?"
"It's not your fault. I appreciate the tour, and I think you're doing great work here. I don't know how much free time I'll have, but I'd like to volunteer my services when I can."
"Really?" Becky's eyes filled with tears. "That would be amazing. We only have 2 girls who are trained to do ultrasounds, and generally that's enough, but I'd love to have more."
"Great. I'll check my schedule and see when I can help out."
Renee promised to do the same, and the two walked out of the center together. "Well, that was not how I saw the night going when I invited you," Renee said. "I'm sorry about that."
"Don't be," Garrett said with a shake of his head. "You couldn't have known, and it's not your fault. I'm actually glad I was here, and that I was able to get Clay involved."
"I hope he'll be able to help."
I hope so too.
A pause fell between them, as if neither one was ready to say goodbye.
Well, it's getting late. I should probably get you home.
Yeah, probably. Chapter 12. Renee. I can't believe what a day it's been, Renee said, as Garrett pulled into her apartment complex.
Yeah, it's definitely one for the books,
he said, putting the truck in park and turning off the engine.
Look, I know it's been weird, and I've been a little hot and cold, but I want to explain why. I told you I left Chicago because life got messy. One of the things I didn't tell you is that part of that mess was a woman, a nurse I worked with. The relationship didn't end well, and it made the job miserable after that.
I'm so sorry, Renee said. I understand. When I worked in Texas, I was young and not a believer. I met a doctor who promised me the world. He was going to propose, and we were going to open a clinic together. She looked down at her empty left hand. Then I caught him dating the barista at the coffee shop by the hospital. I didn't handle it well, but I told myself I would never let that happen again. Later, I became a believer, and I sent him an apology. I couldn't believe how awful I'd acted. Garrett smiled softly at her.
I really like you, Renee. I can't guarantee that if we dated, it would end in marriage. But I do believe, if it didn't, that we would both handle it better than our past experiences. I've been praying about it, and I would really like to give it a shot, if you would.
I would love that. He grabbed her hand and his thumb rubbed the back of her hand.
How about dinner tomorrow when we get off?
Sounds good. I know of a great little restaurant if you like Italian.
That sounds perfect. Can I walk you to your door?
Renee nodded, and he took her hand as they walked to the door. Oh, is there any way you can pick me up tomorrow for work? She asked as she pulled out her keys. My car will be ready, but I don't have a way to get there.
No problem. I'd be happy to.
Thank you. She unlocked the door, but didn't push it open. She didn't want this to end.
I should probably go, he said, squeezing her hand. It's getting late, and I should put some ice on this nose.
Yeah, you probably should. He held her gaze for a moment, and then he leaned in and brushed his lips softly across hers. Before she knew it, the kiss was over, and he was stepping back.
I'll see you in the morning,
he said, and then he was gone. She stepped into her apartment and closed the door behind her. The kiss had been short, but she planned to replay it over and over in her head. A knock on the door interrupted her daydreaming, and she yanked it open, expecting to see Garrett on the other side. Her smile faltered as she saw Chris there instead. Chris, what are you doing here?
I just saw you get out of that guy's truck, Renee, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay.
He saw her get out of Garrett's truck? Had he been spying on her? And if so, how much had he seen? The kiss? She didn't know why, but the idea of Chris watching her first kiss with Garrett felt creepier than anything else he'd done. Everything is fine, Chris. That guy was just giving me a ride home. Chris glanced around, and Renee could almost feel the anxiety rolling off him. It seemed to float around him like Pigpen's cloud of dirt did in those old Charlie Brown shows. How did he function with that much anxiety?
Why was he giving you a ride home? Where is your car?
My car is in the shop, Chris, but I'll be getting it tomorrow. This conversation was completely creeping her out, but she couldn't afford to break the lease to move early. However, she'd be asking Emma if she wanted to move, and if she didn't, Renee would find a place of her own as soon as she could.
You really shouldn't be without a car, Renee. It's not safe.
What was not safe was this conversation. Renee had always thought Chris was harmless, but now she wasn't so sure.
And you shouldn't be taking rides from strangers. That's dangerous.
He's not a stranger, Chris. We work together. She probably shouldn't have said that. Chris had never shown up at the hospital that she knew of, but he seemed really annoyed tonight. What if he tried to do something to Garrett? She wasn't sure exactly what he could do because Garrett had a few inches and about 50 pounds of muscle on Chris. But Chris seemed unstable, and unstable could be unpredictable. He shook his head.
Still, you don't know him.
Renee knew Garrett a lot better than she knew Chris, but there was no point in arguing with him. She had a feeling that he was about to suggest he drive her around, and the thought of getting in a car with him was more than she could handle. Well, it won't matter because I'm sure I'll have my car back tomorrow, but I appreciate the concern. However, it's been a long day and I'm tired, so I'm going to turn in. Before he could say anything else, she stepped back and shut the door. Then she locked it and stared at it as if she expected him to be able to open it. Shutting the door in his face was probably rude, but she was less concerned with hurting his feelings as she was with being safe. Lord, please let Chris be harmless. Chapter 13. Garrett. Garrett pulled into Renee's parking lot at 7:15 the next morning. They both had to be at work by 8, and he had no idea how long it would take to get her car, so he'd arrived earlier than normal. Thankfully, she was ready when he rang the doorbell.
Good morning,
he said, leaning in to give her a quick kiss. He'd iced his nose last night, but it was still sore. So as much as he wanted to give her a lingering kiss, he knew it would have to wait a little longer. Morning. She locked the door behind her and they headed to his truck. But her attention was not on him. Instead, she was glancing around like she expected someone to jump out and scare them.
Everything okay?
He asked. He opened the passenger door and let her climb inside. Get in and I'll tell you, she said, not quite meeting his eye. Okay, something was definitely going on. He got in and locked the doors before turning to her.
What's going on?
Did anyone approach you this morning?
No. Why? What's going on, Renee?
She chewed on her lip and shook her head. I'm sure it's nothing, but I have this neighbor. He seems to be a little obsessed with me, and he didn't like that you drove me home last night. I thought he might try to confront you this morning.
No one confronted me, but should I be worried about this guy?
I don't know. He always seemed harmless, but now he seems a little unstable.
Okay, well, tell me what he looks like and I'll watch out for him. But unless he hits harder than the coyote, then I think I'll be okay.
Renee filled him in as they drove to the shop, and while Garrett wasn't excessively worried, he did add this to his list of things to pray about. Thanks for dropping me off. I'll see you at work in a bit. Renee gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and then dashed out the truck. He waited until she was inside and then he made his way to the hospital. Got an interesting case for you today, Doctor, Yolanda said, as Garrett reached the nurse's station.
Oh, yeah?
She nodded, a smirk playing across her features. Toddler boy with a runny nose. Garrett's brow furrowed.
A runny nose? How is that an interesting case?
His snot is blue. For a second, he just blinked at her, sure he had misunderstood.
I'm sorry, what?
She shrugged and handed him the chart. That's for you to figure out. Garrett opened the chart and scanned the information. The kid had to have stuck something up his nose. But what would turn his snot blue? When he pushed open the door to the exam room, the mother rose and crossed to him. She held the boy in her arms, and while he looked content, she looked distraught. "Is this some sort of weird cancer?" she asked. "Is he—" She didn't finish the words, but Garrett understood her perfectly. "No, I don't think it's cancer. How long has he been awake today?" A look of confusion clouded the woman's features, and she stumbled over the answer. Just a couple of hours. He was fussy, so I kept him home from daycare and then brought him in as soon as I saw this." She pointed to the light blue trail that snaked underneath the kid's nose. "Was he at daycare yesterday?" She nodded. "Yes, I'm a teacher, so he's there from 7 to about 4 every day. Why?" "Has your son ever put anything up his nose before?" The woman's eyes widened like $50. "You think he put something up his nose that did this? What would turn his snot blue, and how could he have slept like that?" "Those are very good questions. Let's see if he'll let me look up there. Can you lay him on the bed?" Though she did not look convinced, the woman laid the toddler down and helped Garrett hold him still. With his free hand, Garrett grabbed a light and shone it up the boy's nose. Though he couldn't see what it was, there was definitely something up there. The only question was, what was the best way to remove it? He could try tweezers, but he was afraid to do that in case the boy moved, and the tweezers damaged his nasal cavity. He could try massaging whatever it was down, but he was afraid he might not start high enough, and then he would simply push whatever it was farther up his nose. "Does he know how to blow his nose?" Garrett asked. The woman lifted an eyebrow at him. "He's not even 2. I can barely get him to eat with a spoon. I'm afraid we haven't mastered nose blowing yet." "Okay, we'll try something else." There were many ways to get someone to sneeze, but a lot of them wouldn't work on a toddler. However, there were 2 he could try pretty easily. He looked around for something with soft bristles. "What are you doing?" the woman asked. "Looking for something to tickle his nose with," Garrett responded, as he opened a drawer. Inside was a small pipe brush that he thought might work. "If I can stimulate his trigeminal nerve, I think I can make him sneeze out whatever is up there." He grabbed the pipe brush and rubbed it gently under the boy's nose. It took a moment, but he began to see the boy's nose twitch. He put his hand behind the boy's back and lifted him to a sitting position just as the boy sneezed and a small blue item flew out of his nose and landed on the paper covering the bed. "Oh my gosh, what is that?" the mother asked, her nose wrinkling in disgust. Garrett leaned closer and then grabbed a pair of tweezers to pick it up. He held it up and turned it over. "I think this is a bingo dauber pad." "What?" The woman's mouth fell open. Where did he get a bingo dauber pad? "Do they play bingo at his daycare?" The woman shook her head. "I have no idea, but I guess I'll be asking. I don't even understand how he would have gotten it off if they did have them." "Looks like he's a pretty resourceful kid, and in my time as a doctor, I have to tell you that once a kid sticks something up their nose, it becomes a bit of a game to them to see what else can fit up there, so I'd watch him closely." The woman sighed, the exhaustion of motherhood clinging to her like a familiar sweater. "I'll do my best. My oldest child was not like this at all." "Every child is unique," Garrett said with a smile. "I'll send the nurse in with your paperwork and you'll be good to go." Though he was tempted to take a picture of the dauber, this would be a story most wouldn't believe. He didn't think it would be appropriate to whip out his cell phone, so he dropped the dauber in the human waste bin, washed his hands, and headed out to find a nurse. Renee was the first one he saw. She sat behind the desk and smiled up at him when he reached it. He returned the smile.
You made it. Everything was okay with your car then?
Other than the bill I can't really afford, yeah, it was fine. Thanks again for the lift this morning. Garrett nodded and placed the chart in the correct pile.
Happy to. The paperwork for room 1 should be printing soon.
I'm on it.
Good. Guess I'm heading to the next room then.
He grabbed the folder off the wall and sighed when he saw the words, head wound. This was probably going to be messy, but at least he had dinner tonight with Renee to look forward to. Chapter 14. Garrett. Garrett saw the crash an instant before it happened. It flashed in his mind like a vivid picture. And there was just a second to tense before he felt the impact. It threw him against the driver's side door, and pain exploded in his head as the window cracked. He hit it hard enough to crack the glass? That was his last thought before his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the familiar yet unfamiliar back of an ambulance. He'd been in them many times before, helping to load a patient and even riding with a patient. But he'd never been strapped to the gurney staring up at the ceiling as a patient. "Don't move. You were in a pretty bad accident and we need to get you checked out," a feminine voice said, and then a face appeared in his vision. The woman had kind eyes and blonde bangs that framed a heart-shaped face. She looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember her name. "Can you follow my finger with your eyes?" She ran her finger back and forth and he tracked it effortlessly. Or at least he thought it was effortlessly. That was good, right?
How long was I out?
His voice sounded thick and strange to his ears. "Not completely sure. They called the accident in at 5. We got there at 10 after, and you were out when we found you. It's nearly 6 now, so at least half an hour, maybe more."
Over 30 minutes? So he probably had a concussion, at the very least.
He tried to assess his pain to see if there were any broken bones he could pinpoint, but either the paramedic gave him some drugs or the adrenaline was still masking the pain. "Do you remember what happened?" she asked, touching his arm lightly. He could feel her touch, another good sign that his injuries weren't severe. So he focused on the question she'd asked. He closed his eyes for a second, trying to visualize the accident.
"There was another car. They looked like they were speeding through the intersection. I had the green light, but they didn't look like they even slowed down. Are they okay?"
The EMT shook her head. "We didn't find anyone else. The car was there, but no one was inside. Perhaps they ran, but don't worry. Either the police will find them or they'll end up at the hospital. I'll be sure to alert the doctors to be on the lookout."
"Thanks."
He supposed he was glad the other driver was okay, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they meant to hit him. But why? A few minutes later, the ambulance stopped and the back doors opened. A rush of cool air washed over him and he shivered. Then the gurney was moving and the drab gray color of the awning filled his view seconds before the hospital doors whooshed open. He'd been in the ER as a doctor a handful of times, but it looked very different from this angle. All ceiling and concerned faces. The paramedic rattled off the details of the accident and then she was gone, replaced with the face of a bearded man.
"I'm Dr. Kavanaugh. Can you tell me your name?"
Kavanaugh. His name sounded familiar. They had probably met once, though only briefly.
"Garrett. Dr. Garrett Young. I work in pediatrics. Can you contact the head nurse there and tell her what happened?"
Of course. If Dr. Kavanaugh was shocked to be working on a coworker, he hid it well. The man was all business as he issued the order to a nearby nurse and then focused his attention on the others in the room.
"On my count. 1, 2, 3.
Garrett felt the solidity of the gurney below him disappear as they transferred him to the bed. He'd slept in hospital beds before, but always as a doctor in between shifts. This was his first time as a patient, and it was disorienting.
Let's get a head CT and a full spinal.
A shiver raced through him as a nurse cut off his shirt, exposing his bare chest to the air.
Wand?
Something cold touched his skin, and then the familiar whirs and groans of the ultrasound machine filled the air. The doctor must be worried about internal bleeding. The wand moved from one side to the next.
Belly looks clear, but let's get an MRI to be sure.
Dr. Kavanaugh placed his hands on Garrett's belly, but as soon as he pressed, Garrett sucked in his breath. He hadn't felt pain like that in a long time. This was definitely worse than the broken nose.
Let's add a full X-ray. I don't suspect internal bleeding,
he said, turning his attention to Garrett.
But I am worried about the head trauma, and it looks like you might have broken a few ribs. If we're lucky, they'll just be bruised, but we'll get the test to be sure. Thank you. You bet. Riley here will take good care of you.
Riley? He hadn't even noticed her, but as she leaned into view, he smiled. He was sure Riley would take good care of him. Does Renee know you're here? She asked when the others had left the room.
I don't think so. Can you contact her? We were supposed to be having dinner, and I don't think I'm making it tonight.
You definitely are not. I'll call her.
Thanks, Riley.
No problem. You just get better. I'm happy to see you, but not like this. Garrett chuckled and then winced.
I'll do my best.
As she left the room, Garrett's thoughts turned back to the accident. Who would have hit him and then run? And was it really an accident? Garrett woke sometime later to a hand on his arm and Renee's voice in his ear. Oh my gosh, Garrett, are you okay? He smiled softly at her, hoping to ease her anxiety.
I will be. Dr. Kavanaugh says it's just a concussion and some bruised or maybe broken ribs. What time is it?
Almost midnight. Riley snuck me in since visiting hours are officially over. I came as soon as I could, but you were getting tests done, so they wouldn't let me see you until those were complete.
Did you see Yolanda yet? Is she furious?
You do not need to be thinking about work right now. You need to be concentrating on getting better. Yolanda will make it work until you can return to work. Garrett nodded.
Has anyone contacted Clay? He should know.
I called the station and left him a message as soon as Riley called me. Do you know what happened? Garrett inhaled deeply and shook his head.
I've been going over it in my head since the accident, and I am almost certain that the car hit me on purpose.
What? Why would anyone do that?
I don't know, but I don't think it's safe for us to be seen together until I find out. I don't want you getting hurt too.
No way. I'm not going anywhere. She shook her head as if the act of doing so would change his mind.
Renee, I can't protect you while I'm in here, and I can't worry about your safety.
Why would you be worried about my safety? Even if the person hit you on purpose, they were after you, not me.
What if it was someone who didn't want us dating?
Lines of confusion furrowed deep grooves in Renee's forehead. But no one even knows we're dating.
Someone must. Why else would they hit my car on purpose?
But that doesn't make any sense. What would they gain? Are you trying to say it's some jealous man who doesn't want you dating me?
Or some jealous woman who doesn't want me dating you?
As the words left his mouth, a thought flooded his mind. Was it possible that she had followed him from Chicago? No, it couldn't be. He'd never told anyone except HR where he was going. What? Renee asked. I can see on your face that there's something.
No, I'm sure it's nothing.
Spill it, Garrett. If we're going to get to the bottom of this, then you have to tell me everything. He sighed. He'd left Chicago to get away from the past, and he'd been hoping it would stay that way. But perhaps the past had come to him.
Okay, so I already told you about Carrie. I suppose it's possible it could be her. But there was another woman I didn't mention, a patient's mother. She grew rather attached to me, and while I couldn't prove it, I felt like she was stalking me. But I never told this woman where I was going, so I doubt she would have found me.
But she could have followed you, couldn't she? Garrett shrugged. He supposed it was possible, though it didn't sound probable to him. Well, we have to do something, Garrett. Did you tell the police this yet?
No, they haven't been in yet, but I will when they come in. I promise. And as soon as I can find my phone, I'll call Clay too. He can look into the woman.
He gave her hand a comforting squeeze just as the door flew open and a nurse entered. It was not Riley. This woman was stocky and hardened, and her eyes narrowed when she saw Renee. "What are you doing here? Visiting hours are over." Her eyes narrowed as she stepped closer. "Don't you work upstairs?" Renee pasted a smile on her face and looked up at the woman. "I do. I was just checking up on my boss. Needed to make sure he was okay." Her voice was calm and confident. Evidently, the scary nurse didn't intimidate her, or she was really good at hiding it. "He's fine. We'll make sure he's fine, but he needs his rest, so you should go." Renee stood but looked back at Garrett. "I'll tell Yolanda you're okay. You hurry and heal, okay?" Garrett could tell she wanted to say more, but not in front of Nurse Hatchet, and he didn't blame her.
"I will. Thanks for checking up on me."
He squeezed her hand lightly and then watched her walk out of the room. Then he turned his attention to the nurse.
"Do you know if my phone came in with me? I'd like to call my brother."
She glanced around the room and then nodded, crossed to the corner and brought him a plastic bag. "This was everything you came in with, so if your phone was found, it will be in there."
"Thank you."
He waited until she left the room to dig through his bag. His phone was down at the bottom, and he held his breath as he pulled it out. It wouldn't surprise him if it had been damaged in the accident, but thankfully God was smiling down on him, as it was not only not broken, but still held a charge. He dialed Clay's number and waited for his brother to answer.
"Garrett, what's up? It's the middle of the night."
Clay's voice was groggy and heavy with sleep.
"I know it's late, but I need you to do me a favor."
Chapter 15. Garrett. "Are you sure you're up for dinner tonight?" Renee asked as she slid in the passenger seat of his loaner truck. His F-150 hadn't been totaled, but the shop had told him it would be at least another week before it was done. Thankfully, the insurance company had covered the loaner truck.
"I'm fine, and I've missed you, so yeah, I'm up for dinner. I'm even cooking."
He'd spent the last few days on bed rest at home, and he was anxious to do something tonight and get back to work tomorrow. "But you're supposed to be taking it easy. Doctor's orders. I know because Riley told me." She lifted a brow at him as if daring him to contradict her.
"I am taking it easy. Trust me."
In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd taken life so easily. His life had been hectic since becoming a doctor, and while he didn't recommend getting injured to slow down, it had been nice to relax. The first day or two. But now he was ready to get back to work.
"Hey, how did the walk for life go? Any issues?"
Renee smiled and shook her head. "Nope, they said it went off without a hitch thanks to the increased police presence, and they even had 30 new people there."
"That's awesome. And how was the center?"
He'd told Becky he would volunteer, but the accident had forced him to delay that promise for a bit. "It's taking a bit to pick back up. They got the window fixed, though, and there haven't been any other brick incidents."
"God is good,"
Garrett said, as he made a right toward his house. He glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed a black SUV a few cars back. It was probably nothing, but he'd thought he'd spotted the same SUV on his way to pick Renee up, and that unnerved him a little. Yes, he is. Did Clay find out anything more about the accident? Did they find the driver yet? Garrett sighed.
Yeah, they did. It was a random drunk. Evidently, the guy has a drinking problem and was driving on a suspended license. He ran, thinking the cops wouldn't know it was him.
Well, in a sense, that's good, right? It means no one's after you.
Yeah.
Garrett wished he could be sure about that, but ever since the accident, he'd felt uneasy, like he was being watched. He glanced in the rearview mirror again, but the SUV was gone. Maybe he was imagining things.
We should probably tell HR we're dating soon.
A soft pink bloomed on Renee's cheeks. We probably should, if you're sure you're okay with people knowing. He grabbed her hand and gave it a squeeze.
I'm okay with people knowing if you are. I can go tomorrow after work if you want, or I can wait until you're on again with me.
He hated that his first day back at work was her day off, but that was the way it went sometimes. Let's do it the next shift we have together. When they reached the house Garrett shared with his brother, he scanned the area one more time for the black SUV, but there was nothing. Satisfied they were safe, he parked the truck and led Renee into the house.
Have you ever had fish and chips?
He asked as he led the way to the kitchen. I can't say that I have. Does the fish taste fishy, though? I'm not a huge fish fan.
Not a fish fan? I don't know if we can keep dating then.
He was kidding, of course, but it did shock him that she didn't like fish. Growing up in England, it was considered a staple. Ha ha, I'm open to trying it, I just don't like a super fishy taste. There was no fresh fish where I grew up in Texas, so my mother used to buy fish sticks in a box and make us eat those. Garrett grimaced. He'd tried fish in a box once when he first moved to America, and it had been horrible. If that was what she'd grown up with, he could understand why she didn't like fish.
I promise it won't taste like that. Now you just sit down and watch the chef at work.
He donned an apron as she sat at the bar and watched. She filled him in on the patients over the last few days while he worked, and when he was done, they sat down together at the kitchen table. It was small, as Clay had lived here alone before Garrett moved to town, but he didn't mind. It made it feel more intimate, and eventually he hoped to have his own place. He took her hand, said a short prayer of thanks, and then watched as she took a tentative bite of the fried fish.
Well,
she finished chewing the bite in her mouth, a thoughtful expression on her face. It's not bad.
Not bad? Woman, you're killing me,
he teased, though he figured not bad was decent praise. She slapped his arm playfully. Stop. I just mean I couldn't eat it every day, but it's pretty good. And not fishy tasting, so I call that a win.
Good. I hope to have many more wins in the future,
Garrett said, holding her gaze a moment longer before picking up his own fish. When the meal was over, she helped him wash dishes, and then they headed to the living room to watch a movie. Garrett wasn't ready for the night to end, and he was glad to see that Renee wasn't either.
Do you want a thriller or a comedy?
He asked, pulling up his movie app so they could see what was available. Definitely a comedy, she said, taking a seat on the couch. He maneuvered to the comedy section and then began to scroll. Wait, Good Will Hunting? I haven't seen that in forever. Let's watch that one.
Okay, but only if you tell me it's for Robin Williams and not for Matt Damon.
The woman he'd dated before Carrie had been a huge Matt Damon fan. She'd watched every one of his movies at least twice, but Garrett had been forced to call it quits when she asked him to cut and dye his hair to look more like the star. Can't it be for both? Renee asked, chewing on her lip. I mean, Robin Williams is hilarious, but Matt is fun to look at. Garrett rolled his eyes. I can't compete with him. Renee placed a hand on his arm. You don't have to compete with him, but you absolutely could. Garrett held her gaze and then moved his hand to cup her cheek. He trailed his fingers down her cheek and across her lips, and when her eyes closed, he lowered his lips to hers. Their first kiss had been soft and quick. This one was not. This one was long and heated. Electricity buzzed through him like a shock from a light socket. He hadn't felt anything like this in a long time, and he craved it like an addict craved drugs. But he also knew that he had to stop it. For now. Kisses this hot had a way of melting the best of intentions, and he was going to do this relationship with Renee the right way, the way God intended it. So even though it pained him, he pulled back from her and tucked her under his arm. We better not keep Robin and Matt waiting, he said. I agree, she said, her breath still a little labored. But I hope we can do that again soon. Oh, definitely, Garrett said with a smile. What are you doing tomorrow? Chapter 16. Renee. Current day. Renee looked up at the detectives as she finished telling her story. Clay had been out on patrol, so they had assigned her 2 different officers, a Detective Graves and Detective Parker. So what are we going to do to find him? We have to do something. Detective Graves and Parker exchanged glances. Graves was tall, bearded, and stoic. His expressions bordered on stodgy, and Renee guessed he probably played the bad cop when necessary. Parker was a woman, short but definitely fit with her hair pulled back into a bun. She looked sweet, but Renee had the feeling she was tough as nails on the inside. We have a few more questions first, and then we will look into what we can do. You said you were with Dr. Young last night? Renee stifled a sigh. She had already explained this to them. Twice. Yes, I was. We had a nice dinner at his place, and then we watched a movie. He had work this morning, so I left at 10 p.m. And you returned to your apartment? Detective Graves asked. As I've said. She folded her arms across her chest. They couldn't actually think she was a suspect, could they? She was the one who had reported him missing, for goodness sake. And do you live alone? Detective Parker asked. No, I have a roommate, Emma, but she was working late. I went to bed before she got home, so I don't know when that was. So no one can verify your return? Detective Graves asked, lifting a brow. She understood exactly where this line of questioning was going. I'm sure there are video cameras at the apartment complex. Can't you look at them and see when I returned? Detective Graves nodded. If there are videos, we will definitely look into them. There are. We had a string of break-ins last year, and I know the complex discussed having them installed. So unless they didn't get around to it, I'm sure they are there. Am I under arrest or something until you confirm? Detective Parker shook her head. No, there's nothing to hold you on currently, but we do have to tell you that you are considered a person of interest in this case and you are not to leave the city. I'm not planning on leaving. I work here. Plus, I need to find out what happened to Garrett. You will look for him, won't you? We will do what we can, but as a person of interest, we can't discuss the case with you. I'm sure you understand. She didn't understand at all. So I'm just supposed to sit back and hope you find him? Are you even going to look at anyone but me? This couldn't be happening. There was no way she was going to sit at home and not try to find him if she could help it, and if they really thought that, they were sadly mistaken.
You are to continue doing your job and let us do ours, Detective Graves said. Here is my card. If you think of anything else that might help us, or if anyone reaches out to you, be sure to contact me as soon as possible.
Yeah, sure.
Renee shoved the card in her pocket, doubting that she would be using it any time soon. The two officers walked her out of the station, and Renee sat in her car for a moment. She needed Clay, but she wasn't sure how to contact him. She only had Garrett's number, and he wasn't answering. She supposed she could sit outside of his house until he came home, but that would probably look suspicious. But she couldn't just go home. The center. Clay had been the one to investigate the center attack. Maybe he'd given Becky a card, or maybe his contact information would be on the police report. If nothing else, at least Becky would give her a listening ear, and working at the center would keep her mind off Garrett. She pointed her car in the direction of the center, and 15 minutes later she pulled into the parking lot. The window had been replaced, but the parking lot was still woefully empty. She hoped business picked back up soon. When she pulled open the door, Becky, who sat behind the receptionist desk, looked up at her.
Renee? I wasn't expecting you today. Is everything okay?
Renee shook her head.
Not really. Garrett is missing.
Becky's eyes grew large.
What? What happened?
Renee fought to keep the tears from spilling out of her eyes.
I don't know. I saw him last night and we were supposed to get together later, but he didn't text me when he got to work like he said he would, so I tried his cell but he didn't answer. That would be the case if he was already at work, as we can't carry cells into the rooms. So I called the hospital, but they said he never showed up for his shift. That's not like him, so I know it sounds a little crazy, but I drove over to his house to make sure he was okay, but he wasn't there. So I drove to the hospital thinking maybe he got in a wreck along the way, but his truck is at the hospital. So something happened to him between the parking lot and the entrance?
Becky said slowly, piecing the story together.
Exactly. So I went to the police station to talk to Clay, his brother, but he wasn't there. I ended up telling these two detectives, but I don't know if they're going to do anything about it. They think I had something to do with his disappearance, since I was the last one to see him last night. When Clay came here, did he give you a card or put his contact information on the police report?
Becky pursed her lips together and tilted her head.
You know, he might have. Let's go look. Don't you need somebody to man the desk, though?
Renee asked. Becky chuffed sadly.
We still haven't had much business since the incident. I was hoping once the window got fixed it would pick back up, but it's been crickets. Besides, we'll just be in the office, so I can still see the entrance.
Renee followed Becky into the office and stood helplessly as she rifled through paperwork on the desk.
I know it's here somewhere, Becky said. Aha, here it is.
She held up the police report, and sure enough, there was a business card attached to it.
Here you go. Give him a call and let me know if you need anything. Thanks, I will, and I'll be happy to stay and answer phones when I'm done.
Becky shrugged. If they ring. Renee said a quick prayer that business would pick back up for Becky, and then she dialed the number on the card, hoping that Clay would be able to answer it. This is Officer Young. How can I help you?
Oh, thank goodness,
Renee said, sighing with relief.
Officer Young, it's Renee. I work with Garrett at the hospital.
I know who you are, Renee. What can I do for you?
Something has happened to Garrett. I reported it to the police, but I don't know if they're going to look for him. They think I had something to do with his disappearance. I need your help.
Where are you now? Clay asked.
I'm at the pregnancy center.
Great. Stay there. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Renee hung up the phone and stared at it for a moment. Her whole body was shaking, but Clay was coming. He'd be able to help her figure this out.
Chapter 17. Renee. Renee pressed her lips together and stared at Clay as he looked over everything she'd just told him.
Okay, so the first thing we need to do is create a list of suspects. Who would want to hurt Garrett?
Well, the most obvious choice is the coyote. Not only did he punch Garrett, but he threatened to kill him if the cholera victims didn't get back to the camp, and then the mother disappeared. Clay's mouth pulled into a hard line.
Yeah, he told me about that, but he couldn't give me much to go on besides that the guy was big and had a lot of tattoos.
Renee shook her head. I'm afraid I can't help much there. I never even saw the guy. But we could check with the hospital to see if any of the women are still there. Maybe one of them would know.
Maybe, but it's unlikely they would tell me even if they did know.
Clay blew out a frustrated breath.
He's definitely top of the list, but I'm going to need more help to find him. Anyone else you can think of?
My neighbor, possibly, Renee said softly.
Your neighbor? Why?
Renee shrugged. He's been obsessed with me lately, and he wasn't happy when Garrett dropped me off the other night. He didn't confront him or anything, and I always thought he was harmless, but his behavior has been unsettling, to say the least.
Clay nodded. What is this neighbor's name?
Chris. I don't even know his last name or what apartment he lives in, but it must be pretty close to mine. He's got shaggy brown hair that covers his eyes. My roommate might know his last name or which apartment he lives in. I think she's talked to him more than I have. Clay scribbled the information down.
That's a start. I'll check into Carrie as well and see if she's still in Chicago.
Carrie? Who's Carrie? Renee asked. Clay's brows lifted.
He didn't tell you about Carrie?
I'm not sure. Is that the woman he dated in Chicago?
Clay nodded. He and Carrie worked together and she didn't handle it well when they broke up. She made his life miserable. That was part of the reason he left Chicago.
Was it so bad that she would follow him out here?
I don't know, but I'm not canceling anyone off the list. Is there anyone else you can think of?
Wait, he said there was another woman too. The mom of a patient who he thought was stalking him in Chicago? Renee said, remembering the conversation they'd had a few days ago, right after his accident.
Right, Patty Greenfield. I looked into her when he thought the accident was purposeful. I don't think it would be her. She seems to have moved on and married a chiropractor. Anyone else?
Renee closed her eyes and walked through the last few weeks. I don't think so. I mean, there's always the chance of a patient's family not liking the care we give them, but I can't think of anyone who... She paused, her memory snagging on one encounter that stood out.
What?
Clay asked. I don't know if it's anything, but there was this patient. Garrett and I both got a really weird feeling when we dealt with the mom, but she didn't seem upset. She even basically asked Garrett on a date later that day as we were leaving.
She asked him out.
Not in so many words, but yeah.
What did he say?
He told her no, that hospital policy said he couldn't. She didn't seem too happy that he was walking out with me, though. Clay wrote this information down, too.
Do you remember her name?
Renee shook her head. No, but I'm sure I could find it in the records. I remember Garrett thought the boy had been poisoned.
By the mother?
He couldn't prove it, but yeah, I think he thought so. Clay nodded.
Anyone else you can think of?
Not off the top of my head, no, Renee said. You do think he's okay, right?
I don't know, but I hope so. I'm going to look into Carrie and the coyote. Then I'll take a trip to your apartment to talk to this Chris fellow. Can you find the information on the woman at the hospital?
Yeah, I'm off today, but that should be no problem.
Good.
He pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to her.
Here's my number. Call me as soon as you find anything because time is of the essence.
Renee nodded and took the card. She knew Clay couldn't promise anything, but they had to find Garrett. They just had to. As soon as Clay left, Renee headed to the hospital. Yolanda was at the nurse's station and looked up at her with raised eyebrows as Renee approached. "What are you doing here? You're not on today." "I came to look up information on a patient." "What for?" "Yolanda, Dr. Young didn't flake out on his shift today. He's missing." "What do you mean, missing?" "I mean, his truck is in the parking lot, but he never made it into work. I just finished compiling a list of suspects with his brother so we can try and find him." "Did you put yourself on that list?" "Me? Why would I put myself on the list? I adore Garrett. I would never do anything to hurt him." "Maybe you would if he didn't feel the same way." "But he did," Renee said with a soft sigh. "We were going to tell HR we were dating the next shift we had together." Yolanda shook her head. "He told me on his first day that he didn't date coworkers. He doesn't seem like the kind that would change his mind." "Well, he did. It's not like he planned it. It just sort of happened." "Did it?" Yolanda asked. "I know about Texas." Renee clenched her hands into fists. This had nothing to do with Texas. But if Yolanda knew about Texas, that might explain why she'd been so hard on Renee. "I'm not the same person I was when I lived in Texas, and my relationship with Garrett is nothing like that one. Now, are you going to let me look at the records so I can try and help Garrett or not?" "You can look at the records, but I'll be watching you," Yolanda said. "Fine." Renee sat down in front of the computer and pulled up the search bar. She didn't remember exactly when the mother and son had come in, but she did remember the complaint: vomiting. It took her a few minutes to find the case she was looking for. She didn't realize how many kids they saw for vomiting. But when it popped on her screen, she recognized it at once. Garrett had even put suspected poisoning. Renee quickly texted the information to Clay and asked if there was anything else she could do. She chewed her lip as she waited for his reply. "Not yet," came the reply. "Still checking things on my end." With a sigh, Renee pushed back from the computer and prepared to head home to wait. Something she knew would be difficult today, but thankfully, she knew she could spend the time in prayer. Chapter 18. Garrett. Garrett didn't know how long he'd been sitting in this dark room, but his muscles were stiff and achy. He'd been trying to keep moving, but the room was small, and walking in the dark, slow and disorienting. His stomach growled with anger. The sandwich had turned out to be a single slice of ham and American cheese on plain, dry bread. The drink, merely water. He'd been trying to conserve them both because he had no idea when he might get more food. He wondered if they were looking for him yet. He had no idea how long it had been, but he was sure Renee would have gone looking for him when he didn't call. He still couldn't believe how close they'd gotten in the last few weeks. Last night, he'd invited her over and he'd cooked for her. He wasn't the best chef, but he liked to think that there were a few things he could make really well. Last night, it had been breaded fish and chips, an English staple he'd learned to cook from a young age. They'd chatted over dinner and then bonded over the movie Good Will Hunting, even though she was a fan of Matt Damon. And then there'd been the kiss. Though it hadn't been their first kiss, it had definitely been their best kiss so far, and Garrett had been looking forward to repeating the experience. Now he wondered if he'd ever get the chance. The grating of metal filled the air again, and he darted over to the small opening. He doubted whomever it was would talk to him, but he was hoping that maybe he could get a glimpse of them. Just like before, a tray slid through the small square, and Garrett knelt down to look through the opening. Unfortunately, all he could see were boots. Black boots that could belong to either gender. "Who are you and what do you want with me?" he asked, though he didn't expect an answer. And he didn't get one. As soon as the tray was fully inside the opening, the door began to close again, and Garrett felt tears of frustration sting his throat. He didn't want to die in here, but he had a feeling that might be his fate. "Lord, please let them find me." Chapter 19. Renee. Renee forced herself out of bed when the alarm clock rang. She didn't feel like she'd slept at all. She'd spent most of the day going between praying and checking her phone for any word from Clay. He'd promised to let her know the minute he knew anything, but she'd received nothing from him. She didn't feel like going to work. Staying curled up under her covers while she waited for word from Clay sounded much better. But she forced herself to get out of bed and get dressed. Nothing would get her mind off Garrett, but at least work would keep her occupied. She stumbled to her bathroom, turning on the light and wincing at the dark purple circles beneath her eyes. Makeup would do little, but she'd apply some anyway. With that task complete, she grabbed some breakfast and then headed to the hospital. Renee was relieved to see the new nurse Shonda manning the desk instead of Yolanda. "Any word on Dr. Young?" Shonda asked. Renee shook her head. "I'm hoping Clay texts me today, but so far nothing. I'm just hoping to stay busy." She grabbed a chart from the rack and scanned it. Sophie. That should cheer her up a little. Sophie was their youngest patient, and she was as cute as a button. But Renee couldn't go in with a frown on her face. She was determined to be her normal, cheerful self. Sophie and the rest of the patients had enough going on. They didn't need anything else to burden them. Renee pasted a smile on her face as she walked into the room. "Hey, Sophie, how are you?" "I'm okay, but where is Dr. Young? He didn't check on me all day yesterday, and he hasn't come in today. He told me he'd see me in the morning, but that was 2 days ago." She might be the youngest patient, but the girl was as smart as a whip. "Oh, he had a family emergency, but I know he hasn't forgotten about you. He'll be here as soon as he can." It wasn't a complete lie, but Renee still didn't like it. However, the girl didn't need to know that the doctor was missing. "Okay. I mean, I like you too, but he's so much fun to listen to." Renee smiled. This she definitely knew from experience. He was especially fun to listen to when his voice was low and sultry and whispering compliments in her ear. But she wasn't about to share that with Sophie. "He does have a pretty cool accent." She performed the checks on Sophie's vitals, offered her a drink, and then headed to the next patient. It was going to be a long day, but she was determined to keep herself busy and focused on the kids until she was off work. At lunch, she checked her phone, relieved to see a call from Clay. As she listened to the message, though, her heart grew heavy. "Renee, it's Clay. I need to talk to you about Texas. Call me as soon as you can." Renee sighed as she dialed his number. Would her mistake in Texas haunt her forever? "Renee, why didn't you mention that you had a failed relationship with a doctor in Texas?" "Because it's ancient history," Renee said. "It was over 5 years ago, and I'm not the same person I was then. Besides, it has nothing to do with Garrett." "Well, that's not the way the detectives here see it. Your outburst back then gives them reason to feel that you're not as collected as you seem. I don't think I have to tell you that you're their main suspect." "I know, but I'm hoping I'm not your main suspect." Clay sighed on the other end. "No, you're not. Garrett is a good judge of character. He wouldn't have taken a chance on you if he didn't trust you." "Okay, so tell me you have something else." "I don't yet.
Carrie is still in Chicago. The city rounded up the migrants and sent them to old hotels across the state, so no one can tell me who the coyote is or which hotel he went to, and I haven't been able to find Chris."
"What? Why not?"
"I don't know. I knocked on his door, but there was no answer, and the people in the apartment office said they didn't know where he was."
"Can't you get a warrant for his apartment or something?"
"That's not how it works, Renee. I have no evidence against Chris except your feelings, and no judge is going to give me a warrant on that."
"So we just forget about trying to save Garrett?"
"No, we keep looking and we keep praying."
Praying. Renee didn't want to lose her faith, but she'd been praying. She spent all of yesterday praying, and Clay had nothing. She needed more than prayer. She needed a miracle. It was late when Renee finished checking on the last patient. She gave the information to the next nurse on shift and then headed for her car. The night air was cool, and Renee pulled her jacket tighter around her as she hit the key fob. As she reached her door, a hand fell on her shoulder and she screamed and whirled around. "Chris, what are you doing here?" Her heart sped up in her chest, and she glanced around for anyone who could help her, but there was no one.
"I can't go home because they're looking for me,"
Chris said. She should be afraid, but as she looked at Chris, she realized he didn't look dangerous. In fact, he appeared frightened. "Who's looking for you?"
"The police. One came to my door today, but I didn't answer."
"Chris, that was Dr. Young's brother, Clay. Dr. Young went missing yesterday, and he just wanted to ask you if you knew anything about it." Chris's gaze dropped to the ground, and he dug his toe into the pavement. "Chris, do you know what happened to Dr. Young?" He looked up at her.
"I didn't do it."
"I know you didn't, but did you see something? Please, Chris, you have to tell me. Garrett might be in trouble."
"I wasn't gonna do anything to him. I just wanted to talk to him."
"Chris, what happened?"
"There was a woman. She stabbed him with something and then pulled him into a van."
Renee grabbed his arm. "Chris, please tell me you followed the van, or at least got the license plate number." Chris looked down at her hand and pressed his lips together.
"I don't know if I should have, but I did follow it."
"Where did it go?" He shook his head.
"I don't know the address, but I could take you there."
Renee paused for a second. Chris seemed sincere, but she wasn't sure getting in a car with him was the best idea. Still, it might be her only chance to find Garrett, and she could text Clay when they got there. "Okay, take me there." Chapter 20. Clay. Clay stared at the evidence in front of him. He had to be missing something. But what? Carrie was a dead end. The coyote was a dead end. He hadn't been able to talk to Chris Watkins, but he doubted the man would go after Garrett if Renee was the one he wanted. That only left Hillary Boyer, and there was little on her. She'd married, had a kid. Her husband had died tragically in a hunting accident. What was he missing? He closed his eyes and sent up another prayer.
"Young, we've got a problem."
Clay opened his eyes to see Detective Jordan Graves standing at his desk.
"What is it?" "I can't get a hold of Renee Mackey, and I think she might be in danger."
"Danger?
Why?" "It turns out her neighbor, Chris Watkins, has a sister."
"Okay." Clay wasn't sure what that had to do with anything.
"A sister named Hillary."
As the puzzle clicked in Clay's head, his stomach clenched.
Hillary Boyer is Chris Watkins' sister.
How had he missed this? Jordan nodded.
Evidently, she and Chris grew up in Fire Beach. The family was relatively unremarkable until 5 years ago when their mother, Carolyn, was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. She suffered a mental breakdown and took her own life. The father, Robert, was the one to find her, and he left Fire Beach shortly after. Chris moved in with Hillary and her family until the hunting accident that took her husband's life. Let me guess, Chris was on that hunting accident. The clench in his stomach now felt like a boulder. Yeah, he was, and now I can't reach Renee. Clay grabbed his phone and dialed Renee's number. He had to make sure she knew about Chris. The phone rang in his ear, and then her voicemail picked up. Dang it. He ended the call and dialed the hospital. Medical professionals weren't allowed to have their phones on them during the day, but he thought she would have been off by now. Fire Beach Hospital, how can I help you? Can you transfer me to pediatrics? One moment, please. Clay tapped his finger on the table impatiently as he waited for the call to transfer. Pediatrics unit, this is Yolanda. How can I help you? This is Officer Clay Young. I need to speak with Renee Mackey, please. Renee is off for the night, officer. You'll have to call her cell phone. Thank you. He ended the call and looked up at Jordan. She's off work, so there's no reason she wouldn't answer her cell unless she was in trouble. Can we ping her phone? Jordan nodded. Let's go. Clay followed Jordan to the tech department and watched as the technician worked his magic to find her phone. It's not on, but here are the last coordinates for where it was. Thanks, Greg. Jordan turned to Clay. I'm in charge, but you can come if you can follow orders. Clay wasn't sure he'd be able to do that, but there was no way he was telling Jordan that. Absolutely. Jordan stared at him for a moment before nodding and motioning for him to follow. They stopped long enough to grab Jordan's partner Al and send off a request for a warrant. Thankfully, Jordan had a good rapport with a local judge who was willing to grant them an emergency warrant. After a stop at his house, they were on their way to the address. As Jordan drove, Clay prayed once more, for their safety, for Garrett's, and for Renee's. The house they pulled up to was nondescript and ordinary looking. Are you sure this is the place? Clay asked. It's the address Greg gave us, Jordan said. Clay, I want you to go around back in case one of them tries to run. Al and I will go in the front. I'll stay with whomever is in the house while you search, Al. Once you make sure there are no runners, you can let Clay in to help. Clay and Al nodded and they all exited the vehicle. Clay made his way around the back, keeping his eyes and ears peeled for any lookout or runner. The back door was not guarded or heavily secured, at least from the outside, which made it even harder to just sit and wait. Though probably only a few minutes, it felt like hours before the back door opened and Al motioned him inside. Hillary and Chris are with Jordan in the living room. I'll take upstairs. You see if there's a basement or something. The ground level is clear. Clay nodded and began his search. Most houses like this had a door leading to the basement, but he didn't find anything like that in his search. The only doors on the ground floor opened to a bathroom, a pantry, and a hall closet. But he wasn't giving up that easy. He'd watched a documentary once about a man who created secret passages in his house, and while many had been behind doors, some had been hidden behind furniture, and a few had even been false floors. I don't know what you're searching for, the woman sitting on the couch said, as he scanned the room for large furniture. I told you we aren't hiding anything. Clay saw nothing in this room unless there was a small door behind the couch. He'd come back if he could find nothing else. He pulled open the closet door again and tapped the walls and the floor. Nothing sounded hollow, so he moved to the kitchen. And that's when he saw it. A small crack in the floor that didn't look natural. He got down on his hands and knees and followed the crack. At one end, he found what looked like a knothole, but when he pressed it, the wood lifted.
He removed it and uncovered an opening. After that, the other panels lifted easier, and soon he had a 3x3 square. It was dark, so he grabbed his flashlight from his pocket and shone it down. He couldn't see much, but there was a set of steps leading down, so he shot off a quick text to Jordan to let him know and then began to descend. When he reached the bottom, a sick feeling bubbled in his stomach. The room was only a small square made entirely of concrete, but it was the 3 doors that made him sick. Each one was heavily padlocked and contained a smaller opening at the bottom that he had no doubt was used to push food through.
"Garrett, Renee,"
he called, hoping they would be able to hear him. "Clay?" That was Renee's voice, but he wasn't sure which door it was coming from.
"Renee, thank God. Is Garrett here too?"
"I don't know. Clay, it's Chris and Hillary. They're in on it together, so be careful."
"We know. Jordan is upstairs with them now."
He pulled out his cell and dialed Jordan's number.
"Jordan, I think I found them, but we're either going to need the key or some bolt cutters. There's some in the car. I'll send Al." "Great. Send her to the kitchen. She'll see the hole."
Clay ended the call and examined the doors closer while he waited for Al. A few minutes later, he heard her footsteps on the stairs. "What the—"
"Hurry, Al. We need to get them out of here."
It worried him that Garrett hadn't responded. Did that mean he wasn't down here? Al cut the lock on the first door and they pulled it open. Neither Renee nor Garrett were in this room, but a little boy was. He looked up at them and shielded her eyes. "Oh my gosh, is that her kid?" Al handed him the bolt cutters as she pulled out her phone to call for an ambulance.
"It's going to be okay, kid," Clay said. "We're police officers and you're safe now. She'll stay with you, but I have to help the others, okay?"
The kid nodded and Clay hurried to the next door. This one revealed Renee, and she flew into his arms in a grateful hug when he opened the door. "I'm so sorry. I never should have gotten in the car with him, but I thought he could take me to Garrett."
"It's okay. We traced your cell phone, which is how we found you. Now let's save Garrett."
She followed him out of the room and to the next door. As he placed the bolt cutters on the last lock, he prayed that Garrett was inside and that he was okay. But as soon as the door opened, he knew that wasn't the case. "Oh my gosh, Garrett!" Renee rushed in ahead of him and knelt beside Garrett, who lay curled in a ball on the floor, a pool of vomit around him.
"Al, tell me the ambulance coming can take 2, Clay hollered. "Is he alive, Renee?"
"There's a pulse. It's weak, but it's there." "Ambulance will be here in 2, Al hollered back. "We can take the kid in the car if we need to."
"Please, God, let him live,"
Clay whispered silently, as all he could do was wait. Chapter 21. Garrett. The first thing Garrett noticed when he opened his eyes was light. He had no idea how long he'd been in that dark room, but the light both hurt his eyes and made him want to weep for joy. He was alive and he was free. The second thing he noticed was the burning sensation in his throat and belly. It was painful, but not intolerable. Still, he had no idea what it meant, which frightened him a little. And then he saw Renee's smiling face and his fear melted away. "Hey, stranger, how are you feeling?"
"I've been better, but I feel blessed to see your face and light. What happened?"
She sighed and sat down on the edge of his bed, grabbing his hand. "That is a long story, so I'll start at the beginning. You were attacked by Hillary Boyer and my neighbor Chris."
"Hillary Boyer."
The name sounded familiar, but his head was still foggy. "Tim Boyer's mother, the kid you thought was being poisoned, and the mom who gave us the creeps." Oh, yes, he remembered now.
"She and Chris knew each other?"
Renee chuckled wryly. Yeah, it turns out they're siblings.
Wow, small world. So why did they attack me?
Clay and the detectives are still working on that, but what we know so far is that their mother was diagnosed with bipolar disorder a few years ago and killed herself. Their dad left town and the two leaned on each other. Then, about 6 months ago, Hillary's husband was killed in a tragic hunting accident. The psychiatrist believes that's when they had their mental breaks. Hillary wanted you because you helped heal her son, and in her mind, that meant you should be the boy's father. And Chris helped because he thought he would have a chance with me if you were out of the way. Garrett shook his head.
That room wasn't built in the last 6 months.
No, you're right. It wasn't. The police are looking into it more, but I wouldn't be surprised if more heinous things come to light.
And the boy, Tim?
Garrett hoped he was okay, though if his mother had bipolar disorder, it would mean he might as well. He's okay. He's here in the hospital. You were right about him being poisoned. We found levels of bromothalen in his blood. She was also keeping him in a room just like yours.
Oh, God, that poor kid. Wait, bromothalen? That's rat poisoning, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what made you sick too. Thank goodness it takes a lot to be fatal. I don't know how much longer you would have lasted. Evidently, she was giving you more than she gave Tim. Garrett shook his head.
I didn't eat all the food. I was rationing it since I didn't know how reliable it would be, and I didn't want to starve to death.
God was watching out for you then, because if you had, it might have been too late by the time we found you. They gave you some charcoal, but they want to keep you here a bit longer for observation. Garrett groaned. He'd just been cleared to go back to work before the abduction, and now he'd have to stay in bed longer?
Bed rest again?
Just for another few hours. They want to make sure you don't have lingering issues. He knew that made sense, but it didn't make him like the idea anymore.
And Hillary and Chris?
They'll probably spend some time in prison and hopefully get help. Garrett squeezed her hand and smiled up at her.
I can't thank you enough for finding me.
Renee flashed a mischievous smile. Well, you did promise me a repeat performance of that amazing kiss.
Oh, so you did it for the kiss.
And the hope of many more to come, she said, leaning in to press her lips softly against his.
Ahem, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
As Renee pulled back, Garrett looked over to see Clay standing in the doorway grinning at them.
I had to make sure my little brother was okay. Thanks to you, I am. Maybe you can stay out of danger now, both of you. Both of us? What does he mean by that?
Garrett asked, returning his attention to Renee. Pink flamed her cheeks. I may have gotten myself kidnapped trying to find you.
What?
She shrugged and dropped her eyes to their entwined hands. Chris came to the hospital and told me he knew where you were and could take me to you. I knew getting in the car with him probably wasn't the smartest idea, but I figured I'd text Clay the address when we got there. And in my defense, Chris is a good actor. He seemed frightened and not manic at all, but as soon as we got in the car, he chloroformed me.
Thank goodness he wasn't thinking clearly and didn't toss her phone, or we might never have found either of you,
Clay said. Garrett let out a slow breath.
Wow, I had no idea. I'm glad you're okay too.
Suddenly, he remembered the black SUV he'd thought had been following him after the accident. He'd meant to tell Clay about it before the abduction, but it had slipped his mind. Now it seemed important to know. If it had been one of his abductors, he could relax. But if not,
hey, Did either Hillary or Chris drive a black SUV? Hillary owns a black Ford Expedition. Why?
Clay asked. A feeling of relief washed over Garrett.
When I left the hospital after the accident, I saw one a few times. I thought it was following me.
You thought someone was following you and you didn't tell me? Renee asked.
Or me? Clay added. That's kind of important information. I know, and I'm sorry. I didn't want to worry you, Renee, and I meant to tell you, Clay, but it slipped my mind. At least we can relax knowing there's no lingering threat. Maybe you can. I still have work to do, Clay said, but I'm glad you're feeling better. I'll check on you later.
When Clay was gone, Renee turned to Garrett and sighed. Garrett, I really want to make this work, but I don't want to be left in the dark. If we're going to do this, I want it to be together, and I don't want you keeping things from me because you think it will worry me.
I know. I'm sorry, Garrett said. He grabbed her hand and squeezed it. I want this to work out, and I promise I'll tell you if I feel like I'm being stalked in the future.
She rolled her eyes and chuckled. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But as long as we're talking about making this work, I think we need to tell HR we're dating. I'm pretty sure word is already out, but we should probably make it official.
I'd like that, he said. How about as soon as I'm released, we go see Diane?
This time she laughed out loud. I think it can wait for our next shift. Rest and recovery first.
Fine, rest and recovery.
He squeezed her hand, glad that his rest and recovery would include her. Epilogue. Clay. 1 month later. Clay's stomach was a bundle of nerves as he knocked on the captain's door. He'd received a note that the captain wanted to see him, but he had no idea why. He'd racked his brain as he walked, trying to think of what he could have done, but he'd come up blank. Captain Goen was a large man, a man who looked as if he'd seen the worst the world had to offer. The lines on his face were deep and vast, and his gray eyes reminded Clay of a brewing storm. He was intimidating, to say the least, and Clay swallowed his anxiety as the man waved him inside.
Officer Young, come on in and shut the door behind you.
Oh no, this was a closed-door meeting? That couldn't be good. Clay's throat felt as thick as sludge in an engine.
You wanted to see me, sir? I did. Have a seat.
He pointed to a well-worn chair across the desk from him, and Clay sat. He could feel the sweat building on his palms, and he wiped them across his thighs, hoping the captain wouldn't notice.
Tell me, Officer Young, how do you like patrol?
He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers as he stared at Clay. Clay wondered if this was a trick question. Did anyone really like patrol? Nearly everyone started there, but it was usually more like a holding pattern until there was a department to move into, and Clay had been on patrol for several years.
I like patrol fine, sir, but I'm ready to move on when there's an opening. And is there any particular department you'd like to move into?
Clay hesitated. Was there a right or wrong answer here?
I'd be open to almost anything, sir, but I'd love something where I could use my deductive skills to figure out the case. Like you did with your brother's case. Yes, sir. Well, Officer Young, we happen to have an opening in our Special Victims Unit, and I have your detective test results here that say you're now officially a detective.
He'd passed the test? Clay had thought he'd done well, but paper tests weren't his strength. He much preferred being hands-on in the field.
Thank you, sir. Don't thank me. You put in the work. Now, we need someone we can put in SVU right away, and Captain Taylor requested you.
She did? Clay had only met Captain Taylor once, but she was inspiring and formidable. A woman in her mid to late 40s, Captain Taylor had been a police officer for nearly 2 decades. She commanded respect as if it floated like an invisible shield around her.
Yes, she did, and I don't think I have to tell you that's high praise. No, sir, you don't. Now, before you say anything, the hours will be longer and the work can be challenging. But if you think you're up for the task, we'd like to offer you the position.
Clay hesitated for a moment and sent up a prayer for wisdom. He absolutely wanted to take this job, but he also wanted to make sure it was where God wanted him. Special victims would be challenging. They dealt with a lot of abuse cases, sexual assault, child and domestic abuse, things that were hard to see every day. But they were also very important things, and the unit was needed. He felt nothing but a sense of peace.
I am, sir. How soon do they want me? You report tomorrow. They just lost a team member and they want a replacement right away. That going to be a problem? No, sir, he said with a smile. I'm ready.
Captain Goen stood and extended a hand.
Good. Captain Taylor is expecting you, so stop in to introduce yourself officially and be prepared to start a new journey tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Clay shook the captain's hand and then exited the office. Excitement and nerves battled each other in his stomach, making him feel a little queasy. But he forced them down and made his way to the Special Victims Department. As he pushed open the door, a Hispanic woman with long, dark, curly hair looked up at him from her desk. "Can I help you?"
I'm Clay Young. I was just transferred here and I'm supposed to check in with Captain Taylor.
The woman's eyes raked over him. "You look a little old to still be a patrol officer." Clay bristled. Yes, he was older than most of the patrol officers, but he'd started later. Most cops joined the force at 21. Clay had gone into the military first. He'd served 8 years before retiring and joining the force. He hadn't minded military life, but he'd hated the deployments and had wanted to stay in one place. Becoming a cop when he got out had just made sense.
Well, I passed my detective test, so I guess I'm not a patrol officer any longer.
She stared at him a moment longer as if she was assessing him, but then nodded. "Follow me." She led him to the only office in the room and tapped on the doorframe. "Captain, Officer Young is here to see you." Captain Taylor glanced up and smiled. "Come on in, Officer Young." He entered and sat at the chair she motioned to. He noticed it wasn't in any better shape than the ones in Goen's office had been, even though the department was newer. "I guess Captain Goen told you why you're here?"
Yes, ma'am, and I'm ready to get to work.
She tilted her head and studied him. "SVU is a different animal, Officer Young. Are you sure you're ready to handle it?"
Yes, ma'am. I saw a lot of hard things when I was in the military, so I know what I'm getting into. I also have a sister and know how important this job is. I'm ready.
"I believe you are. Okay, you start tomorrow. Flores out there will be your partner." He looked back toward the open area.
"The one who brought me here?"
Captain Taylor's eyebrow lifted. "Is that going to be a problem?" Clay wasn't sure they'd gotten off on the right foot, but he was sure he could make it work.
"No, ma'am, not at all."
"Good. Leave me your contact information, and then I'll see you in the morning." Clay jotted down his information and then exited the office. Flores looked up at him briefly as he passed, but she didn't say anything. She was going to be a tough cookie to crack. But Clay wasn't concerned. He felt in his gut that this was where he was supposed to be, so he knew God would work it all out. Though he was now off for the day, he didn't feel like going straight home, so he drove to the hospital instead to tell Garrett and Renee his news. Ever since Garrett's ordeal, Renee had become a regular at the house for dinners. The two were getting serious, and Clay had no doubt that Garrett would propose soon, but he was happy for him. Renee was a great woman, and she complimented him well. He pulled into the hospital and made his way to the pediatric unit on the 3rd floor. Renee was working the desk today and smiled when she saw him. "Clay, good to see you. Is everything all right?"
Everything is fine. I just wanted to share some news with you and Garrett. Is he available?
Yeah, he's just finishing with a patient. He should be out in a minute. As if summoned by her words, Garrett stepped out of a room and grinned when he saw Clay.
Hey, what are you doing here? I wanted to tell you guys that I passed my detective exam. What? That's great, man. But that's not all, Clay said with a grin. You're also looking at the newest member of the Special Victims Unit.
Oh, Clay, that is so amazing, Renee said. You are going to do great things. I just know it.
Thanks. I hate that doing amazing things means bad things are happening to others, but I'm glad to be of service.
His cell phone vibrated in his pocket, and he pulled it out to see a number he didn't recognize. Holding up a finger to let Renee and Garrett know he'd be right back, he stepped away and answered the call.
This is Officer Young.
I think you mean Detective Young, said the voice on the other end. This is Captain Taylor, and I know I said I'd see you tomorrow, but we just got a call. I need you at the Vinewood Hotel.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be right there.
He ended the call and returned to the nurse's station.
Sorry, guys. Gotta run. Duty call's already.
Be careful out there, Garrett said.
I will.
But Clay knew there were things you couldn't predict. Garrett's abduction had reinforced that, but he would keep his eyes open. And if he was lucky, he'd stay out of harm's way and help a lot of people in the process. His new journey started today. The end. If you'd like to follow Clay, be sure to look for the spin-off series coming soon. And if you liked this book, leave a review. Even a few short words really helps.